Alright, late start. But I took a nap. I needed one. Do I have anything to drink? I have food coming. Possibly someone coming to pick up some cookie cutters because my 3-year-old thinks they're a toy. But yeah. Okay, we have 19 character stories to go through. Okay. Aha! Oh, Sir Maxwell. Nice. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Must you go, sir?
I regret to say I must. I have been idle for long enough. But know this, I shall forever be indebted to the Roselle. I know not why fate delivered my battered body to the shores of your village, but I am fortunate that it did. I owe my life to your kindness. Thank you.
Wow. So he's been there the whole time, and when we were there.
He'll have no doubt with us. We only did what was right.
I'm just pulling up Facebook because I had someone possibly picking up the cookie cutters.
But where will you go? Safety is a luxury few are afforded these days.
The war rages still, and so long as it does, I must fight with every inch of my being to end it.
A single man can't fix this tangled mess of a world.
But I am not alone. Every moment my allies risk life and limb without me is a moment I owe them for their bravery. I must rejoin them at once.
I see there's no convincing you otherwise. Very well. But we expect to hear news of your victory soon.
I sense the world is on the cusp of great change. Change for the better. When it comes, let us celebrate its arrival together. Well met, friends. I require passage to see Lord Serenoa.
Alright, Victor. Hello. Have some cat butt.
If you want an audience, you'll have to wait behind the rest. Wait. That cape, it can't be. You're Sir Maxwell. My lord, Sir Maxwell has returned.
My apologies for my abrupt departure, my lord. Full glad am I to see you have managed without me.
Hello. Yes, hello, Victor. Yes, hello.
Sir Maxwell, you're alive.
Aye, and none the worse for wear, I hope. It seems fate would have me take up my spear once more.
Where have you been? We all feared the worst.
Avlora's fell blow cast me into the river, and its cold embrace washed away my memories, along with my pride. I awoke in a village of kind-hearted folk. I might have stayed there, blissful in ignorance, had news of your exploits not reached them. It was then that old memories stirred, prideful memories, painful memories.
Hello.
My purpose became clear. I must end this war or perish in the attempt. I hope that I have not come too late to make a difference.
Of course not. We would be honored to have you fight by our side. We hope you can say the same for us, Donspear.
Yay! What? Are you fascinated by my headband? Roland's instructor and the finest lancer in all of Glenbrook. Specializes in mid-range attacks. Possesses multiple powerful abilities. Benedict and Eridor uphold a custom they have shared for 30 years. What's up with there? Oops.
All right, lads and lasses, lay down your arms. Let your bruises remind you of the lessons learned today.
Ah, what fortuitous timing. I still owe you for the drinks from the other evening. I wondered if I might treat you tonight.
Apologies, lass, but I've got places to be. Perhaps another time.
You seemed troubled by something. Perhaps I'm overthinking it.
That thing's tiny.
Let us end our day's work here.
It is early, is it not? Is something amiss?
No, nothing at all. Just my attention is required elsewhere for a time.
Sorry.
Elsewhere. Curious.
I know. Hello.
How many have you had?
Not enough.
Time has escaped us. The memory of that day, however, I doubt ever will.
30 years ago, during the Salt Iron War.
Thrice damned, can't move. Always thought I'd meet my end with a beautiful lass by my side.
You have many days ahead of you yet, Eridor. We will see you return home.
Don't try to run, you curs!
I know, Victor. I'm taking a momentary break to text.
Leave me be. I'll just slow you down. It was my cursed pride that got us into this. Only I should suffer for it. We don't all need to die today. Run!
Even in the face of death, you refuse to set aside your foolish pride. I followed you into this hell of my own will, and I will see you delivered from it.
You fool! Charge!
Okay.
Come and die.
Yeah!
That would have been it for us, had Lord Simo not met their charge in time.
Aye, and the only punishment for my pride were these aches that keep me awake at night.
Why do you drink so much?
We hungered for glory all those years ago, without a care for how it would serve us later on.
A couple of would-be heroes who couldn't be convinced they weren't invincible.
Actually, I should edit that. Here. Okay.
Yet here we are, drinking, to celebrate the end of that war.
Don't need it for the moment, but probably will.
I do not wish to reminisce upon the past. A toast that I may never again repeat the mistakes of my youth. But before that,
Yeah?
you have served House Wolford well, Eridor. That said, I have a feeling we'll need your sturdy shield even more going forward.
You need me to lead a charge? I'm your man. I'll leave anything fancier than that to you. For House Wolford.
For House Wolford.
Beep. It's no wonder they're so close. They've been buddies for years. Roland harbors doubts about his station, but Serenora reminds him that he is noble in his own way. I don't know what that was, but okay.
Roland, what are you doing out here? There's hardly a better place to become lost in one's thoughts. Don't you agree? I suppose. However, if aught weighs on your mind, it may serve you better to turn to a friend. Then let me ask, do you believe me too immature for my station? Not at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. But the other nobles loved to gossip of my disinterest in politics and intrigue, and mocked my love of hawking. You said it yourself. Gossip and sniping, nothing more. Pay no mind to nobles and their petty judgments. The people who matter, your subjects, hold you dearly in their hearts.
Yeah, it's like... plus, you didn't realize you'd become king one day.
Stories abound of their love for you.
Hello. I am playing a game called Triangle Strategy. Essentially, you have to...
Hey, go pedal your jump somewhere else.
You have to make a lot of choices in this game. And then the main character, Lord Serenoa, his convictions end up strengthened based on choices you make. So there's also the scales of conviction where everybody votes on what they want to do next. So like one of the first votes you do is, where do you want to go? Do you want to go to Aspfrost, or do you want to go to Hyzant, which you live in an area called Glenbrook. So you have to convince people. It is, and it's made by Square as well. They have a demo that's free if you want to try it, if you have it on Switch, if you have a Switch. I'm having a total brain fart right now. It is turn-based as well, and they so certain people, so let's say you have 3 people that wanted to go to Aspfrost, and then 3 people that wanted to go to Hyzant, and then you have 1 person who's undecided. You basically pick, let's say you wanted to go to Aspfrost, so you have to try and convince the people that want to go to Hyzant, or even just the undecided one, although I find it a better challenge to try and convince as many people as possible, towards whatever side you want. And then, they all vote, and then whatever is voted upon is what you do. There's also where you end up talking to like different people, and sometimes they might ask you a question and you'll have like 3 choices, and when you make those choices, that deals with the convictions as well. So depending, there's utility, liberty, and I'm blanking on what the last one is. Let me... Sorry. I'm totally blanking on what the last one is. I've got... Pull up the website. Oh, here we go. I was like, where is that link? Morality. That's what it is. How could I forget the morals? Yeah, right? It is very good so far. But you end up picking up extra people. So right now you're in the middle of a war. 30 years ago, there was a war, and it was called the Salt Iron War. Yeah, and I appreciate that. But yeah, I do like it. There are some good funny moments, definitely some sad moments, but you have all kinds of people. There's this one little girl whose name is Piccoletta, and she was from the circus, but obviously the circus can't happen in the middle of a war, and she can make a clone of herself, but she's just so awesome. Her little yeah, the boyfriend and I play Final Fantasy XIV, and we, what was it? Yeah, I don't know. Apparently my brain is like, nope. But yes, we play 14. I was debating on playing that tonight to work on some stuff, but that's a lot of spoiler stuff. Well, I could probably message him myself, since I am still friends with him on Facebook. But you're welcome to tell him that we do play if he wants to try again, because they do have a free trial up to level 60 right now. The only problem with the free trial is that you can't trade, so that's the only thing that sucks. But otherwise, it's like, I didn't think you can join a free company either, which is a guild, but I've been playing for 2 years now. Yeah, about 2 years now. December was 2 years.
And why would I do that, my good sir? I see no reason to forego such a bustling avenue simply to please a stranger.
Theron Zayla and I play on the computer, and then my friend Jason plays on Theron's PS5. So we tend to all play together. Yeah. I haven't given it a try, because it's probably too hard for me. But a lot of people I follow and watch have been playing it. And it's like, I've been watching on occasion, but yeah, it's like, I don't... I struggle enough. I was playing Goat Simulator, the MMO version, which is a fake MMO, and was getting stuck and stuff. And frustrated, so there's just no way. No Elden Ring for me.
A stranger? You're posted in front of my damn shop. You're stealing my customers from right under my nose.
Oh, I am? I'm not sure your lack of customers could be blamed on me. Surely the proprietor bears some responsibility for... What bickering is this?
That's awesome. The cats are doing their play fighting. Yeah, I try to do that in Final Fantasy when I'm by myself. Or, you know, Theron Zala doesn't mind helping either. He's very patient. He's the one who has to come rescue me often enough if I'm struggling in a dungeon or something.
None of your business, well. Now leave us to our negotiations.
Prince Roland, is that really you?
A prince, you say? Well, a distinguished gentleman such as yourself must be mortified to have your customers bear witness to this childish bickering.
I'm sorry, Your Highness. My temper got the best of me.
And you, merchant, if you mean to trade in Glenbrook, I trust you have procured the proper licenses and approvals.
Theron Zala is in quality. So he was just a quality inspector, but eventually he's gotten to manager. So yeah, patience is definitely one of his virtues.
Well, the process takes some days, you see. Pardon, Your Highness. And your business shall have to wait some days, it seems. Shall I summon a member of the Kingsguard to explain the law in detail? No, there'll be no need of that, Highness. I'll just be on my way.
Thank you, Prince Roland. Come visit any time, and I'll let you have your pick of my wares.
But yeah, auto parts, especially with people who don't understand like
Your
me.
place has always been with your people. You could walk down the main avenue and settle disputes with a single word.
Don't tell me you were watching. They were petty arguments, nothing more.
Hey, honey. I think it might be here. Maybe. Yeah, you wanna? Yeah, right there. Okay. Okay. Oh, starting to call. Cool. Okay. My dinner has arrived.
We're happy to do it. What better proof of royalty is there than that?
But it wasn't because I was wise that I solved their problems. It was my name and status that lent my words weight. How do you imagine a kingdom with not a single dissatisfied soul look?
That's a difficult thing to imagine.
Indeed. I suppose the best one can hope for is to do what we can, while we can.
Well, we can start envisioning such a nation. That one day we might build it. Together.
And I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
No doubt the answers we seek lie ahead, so long as we stay honest with ourselves.
Okay. Okay.
So long as we work together, you and I, Sarah.
Tunnel in the back.
Hmm?
Tunnel in the back. tunnel in the back?
Yes. Frederica decides to cook a meal for Serena, but even the best laid plans can go awry.
Do you have a moment, Sheila?
Oh, Frederica, is something the matter?
Well, I invited Serenoa to have dinner with me tonight.
That's wonderful. Are you cooking for him?
I am. I've been practicing with the book you gave me. I was hoping to finally show him what I learned.
Then allow me to help. What are you making?
Ezra.
A warm soup full of meatballs. A hearty, meaty, savory stew to tickle the tongue and sate the stomach. Or so the book describes it.
That sounds like quite a mouthful, in more ways than one.
The author is rather verbose, yes. Anyhow, I also want to make an appetizer. Might you be able to lend a hand?
Cooking is hardly my specialty, but say no more. I'd love to.
Yeah, boy.
Oh dear.
This is disappointing, to say the least.
And we're almost out of time. Serenoa will be back any minute now.
Excuse me, Lady Frederica. Lord Serenoa has just sent word that he has been held up at a meeting. He says there is a chance he may not even return tonight.
I see. Thank you for letting me know.
It sounds like your dinner may get postponed.
A blessing in disguise. It gives us time to cook this again and do it right this time.
Lord Serenoa may not even return tonight.
But there is a chance he might. And I refuse to disappoint him. Would you help me, Sheila?
Of course, Frederica. I shall do my very best to see this through with you.
I cannot thank you enough.
The vegetables are done, though they are a far cry from perfect.
Hi, Izzy Butt. Here, let me hold him while you make a bottle. Because you know how he is.
I'm gonna feed solids for now.
Oh, okay.
She's already had a second bottle.
Okay, yeah. Hi. You wondering what's on Dada's head? Same thing that's on Mama's head. Yeah, same thing that's on Mama's head. You smiling? Yeah. Yeah. Easy bud. Easy bud.
Carrot and
Yeah. Hi. You like that? Yeah. That's my Ezzy butt. That's my Ezzy butt. He keeps looking at him. Dada's got some on his head too. They're not as wiggly though. Yeah. They are definitely wiggly enough. He was enjoying it. Theron Zalen was wearing a pair too, but his aren't as wiggly.
The meatballs are ready too. Now all we have to do is stew them.
I was on my way here when something urgent came to my attention. I apologize for returning so late. I know we were supposed to have dinner tonight.
I'm just happy you're here. Besides, I'm the one who should apologize. I wanted to cook you a meal, but failed terribly on my first attempt, so it isn't yet ready. I'm sorry, Serenoa.
Don't look so down, Frederica. I was delighted when you asked me to share a meal.
It is kind of funny, because normally I have a small HUD, which, by the way, this is what they look like. But even these are kind of almost too small.
Now that I'm back, why don't I help you with the food?
Serenoa.
As they all hold out their hand.
Thank you again for inviting me. I'm overjoyed we could spend this time together.
As am I. I enjoyed cooking with you as well.
The time we spend together is very precious to me.
Although he did recently call her my love, and I was like, oh.
I regret that my duties have been keeping us apart lately. But when I noticed the sky was even more beautiful than ever this night,
I wonder if he's
I
pretty.
hurried home, hoping we could gaze upon its beauty together.
It's strange. When I was in Aspros, I would look up at the same sky. But it felt so much colder there. The stars seemed as if frozen. They did not twinkle the way they do now that I am with you, Serenoa.
Aww.
Frederica, promise me that you will always stay by my side. I need you, now more than ever.
That is so sweet.
Of course, Serenoa.
It was an arranged marriage, but at least.
I wish to gaze up at the same sky, sit beneath the same moon, and walk the same path you do. Together, forever and always.
I will be right back. am back. Oh, I was grabbing my dinner. La 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 la. I might need some ketchup. Take a picture of this. It is a cheese skirt burger. Hold on. Huh? That eyebrow. Oh yeah, you're supposed to give him some cottage cheese. Okay. Okay, I forgot the ketchup. Yes. Anna searches for answers about her parents, and Eridor seems to know more than he lets on.
Under this tree.
This here's the land of the Jax clan. Or used to be more like. That clasp on your chest, that's their sigil, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a memento from my parents. Or so
Huh?
I was told.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Pulling you away from your stream.
Yep, it's fine. I will be right back again. We're giving baby cottage cheese for the first time. Okay. So, he's still eating it, but he definitely made some faces. And, but we don't know if it's that he doesn't like it or if it's too cold, because he does not like cold.
Now that I'm looking for it, I can see the resemblance. Same silvery hair and everything. Villages near here met with a pretty terrible fate. They begged the armies to spare their fields. The only one who listened was one of House Wolford's bannermen. No one was surprised, big war hero that he was. But by the time we got here, the Jacks had been all but exterminated.
Yeah.
He was digging graves for the dead, enemy and all. A hero and a gentleman he was.
Because, like, even cold formula, he's not a big fan of.
Names on the tip of my tongue.
Benedict.
Aye, that was it. Do you know the man? I'd like you to pass on my gratitude, if you do.
Thanks for showing me the way.
Your coin's all the thanks I require. If that's all you'll be needing me for, I'll leave you to it.
You make a poor stalker.
Ain't exactly what I'm built for.
Nope.
You fought in the battle here, didn't you?
Benedict swore me to secrecy. But suppose it ain't breaking oath if you already know. Oh, but first I ought to tell you. You've the right to the truth. And those ain't my words. They're his. That's why he never tried to stop you from finding out about your parents.
You know of their fate?
We drove the enemy up the cliff top. Cornered him there. The same instant we cut their leader down, a babe cried out in the distance. In the hideout, we found you, all swaddled up. A letter pinned to you with that same clasp on your chest.
Live strong, Anna. Stronger than any. I see them.
Oh.
Your family died at our hands. If it's vengeance you want, you can take it out on me.
That doesn't sound like the Eredor I know. Do you think so little of me? To assume I would forsake my friend, bloody my hands with revenge. I know the truth at last. That is enough.
No. That definitely cuts.
Is it, Anna? Or are you forcing it to be?
Don't be a fool. Benedict is the one who raised me. If I ever want for a father, I know where to find him.
No.
When we've won this war, I shall make sure he understands that.
Eredor brushes off the subject of Benedict's sought-after flower, but why? So we're getting to some of the secondary stories.
Made it in time, my lord.
Eridor, you came.
Of course you did.
Destra. Your mother was loved by one and all, my lord. Honoring her this day is the least we can do. Is it just you here, my lord?
We're beset on all sides by tasks large and small. I would not impose my familial obligations on the others.
Spoken like a true leader.
Thank you for the like,
Your
Joe.
mother may not have been family by blood, but duty bound us just as close.
Can't wait to eat this burger. Hopefully, it's good. I love toasted burnt cheese.
I am sure she would have been overjoyed to see you by my side. I never had a chance to know her. My only memories are from stories others told me.
I wonder if that'll be good, because it kind of looks like... Kind of like grill marks.
And still, I somehow can feel the warmth of her embrace, hear the loving sound of her voice.
She was smitten, that is true. She held on to you so tightly. I reckon not even the Dawn Spirit could have pried you from her.
Did she?
Lady Destra's smile was brighter than the sun, and near as constant. She treated young Benedict and I like little brothers, though at times we weren't so deserving of her care. Even so, she always had a kind word, and worry enough to spare. There were a woman like her in all of Narzelia.
I did not know the bond between we three ran so deep. Benedict never mentioned it.
His lips aren't as loose as mine, especially when it comes to Lady Destra.
I ended up getting 2 fillings yesterday. So now I don't have to pick up my teeth as much because I had a hole and would need to constantly pick food out of it. But it wasn't the filling I originally needed. Apparently one of my fillings had fallen out. So I ended up with 2 fillings in one shot. But I also have the type of teeth that everything gets stuck in them. Even in the molars. Excuse me.
Speaking of which, here. Your mother would have loved to get one of these from you.
Oh.
A snowbell. My father mentioned her fondness for these flowers. Every year when I visited her, without fail, one of these would be placed in front of her grave. Was that you all this time?
Benedict.
Well, not exactly, my lord.
They're quite rare, are they not? I often search for them, but I have yet to see one in bloom. Where did you find it?
Well, I made a journey down south, but Benedict insisted. Apologies for my absence, my lord.
There's naught to apologize for. It was a thoughtful gesture, and I thank you for it. Somehow, I can feel Mother smiling down upon us.
More than I deserve, if I'm being honest.
I'm gonna cry. Part of why I stopped watching Fairy Tale.
stop him from his duty.
What was that?
It was
Yeah.
nothing, my lord.
Nothing. I didn't say nothing.
Seems we're not the only ones carrying a torch for Lady Destra.
Indeed. And fortunate to be part of such a close-knit house. And that is thanks to those who serve it. I trust I'll see you here again in a year's time, Eridor.
But of course, my lord, snowbells might capture a moment in time, but your mother inspired loyalty for an eternity.
Oh, that's so sweet. While out training, Huette recalls a promise she made to Roland before the war began. Hey, there's a couple guys.
At it again, eh? You know, even the Dawn Spear set down his weapon on occasion.
We are at war. I cannot hope to end it by being idle.
Spoken like a true member of the Kingsguard. You lot were always too serious for my tastes.
We were not serious enough. Where is the king we were meant to protect now? What will become of his kingdom? King Redna and Crown Prince Franny are no more. Only Roland and Cordelia remain. When I think of how lonely my charge must feel, I almost feel smothered by the guilt.
If he's lonely, he hides it well. Could be that losing his princely obligations has lifted a weight off his shoulders.
And who are you to speak on his feelings? His father ever doted on Franny. He knew precious few moments of his mother's love before she passed. Even so, he tried his utmost to never show weakness in front of his sister. He was there for her in the worst of times.
Hi. What's up? Hi. Yeah. How's it, bubby, bubby, bubby? Bubby, 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 bubby. Hi. Yeah. Hair's starting to grow around his ears a little bit. Yeah. It's like, there's definitely, I gotta eat it with some ketchup because there's definitely some grill marks. Hi, baby. Hi, baby.
It's Mama.
Are you gonna stick him back upstairs or let him play on the playpen?
I'm sitting right upstairs.
You might need to close the window.
There was never a place near the throne for him. Truth be told, Sir Maxwell was more of a father to him than anyone. I'd like to think I have been more than his guard. Oftentimes, I felt like his confidant.
You and Fuya are constant companions.
As I said before, my prince, he is more than my companion. He is the truest friend I could ask for.
A true friend. I must admit, I envy your relationship.
Oh, please, you have Sarah Noah. Like, what?
My prince, I did not mean to.
Tis nothing to apologize for. I simply find the idea of soaring the skies with a true friend to be somewhat romantic.
Okay, now that's a different story.
You could do the same with the proper training. If it pleases you, my prince, I would gladly teach you.
So yours is still in the bag.
It's really dinky.
Huh?
For the price, mine's really dinky.
Yeah, I know. It maybe if we actually got it in person, it'd be bigger. I don't know. But
Yeah, it's not worth the price to me.
right.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to eat the whole thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to eat the whole thing.
That shit doesn't taste bad.
Yeah, and the mushrooms and
Right. But not bad.
yeah, it's a fair $6 dish.
Yeah, right? Well, and that's what I'm wondering. Like, if we actually went to the restaurant and sat, but we'd have to probably ask. Here is a cup of ketchup if you want it. I'll probably have to put some ketchup on my actual burger rather than try to dip.
Okay. Want to bring your ketchup over?
I'll come over and be right back. Well, this ketchup will have some flecks in it.
What are those black flecks?
From the grill. That was on my
One
cheese.
on the bun?
Yeah. That's fine. That'll work. Yeah, from my cheese there.
I'm gonna have to eat the rest of the potato things just to get a halfway decent meal.
I know. And that's fine. I'm not... I was kind of expecting you to eat the rest of them. So. But yeah, I'm not bad at all. The skirt burger's kind of...
You would. And I gladly accept. I trust you will go easy on me.
I can promise no such thing. You must become as ferocious as a hawk yourself if you wish to ride one.
Deep.
War broke out soon after that. My promise to teach him is yet unfulfilled.
Just checking on something.
So I will train. I will fight. Until the skies are no longer clouded by the fires of war. Only then can I rest. Only then can we fly free.
Yes, dear.
Perhaps then, with the wind in our faces, we can forget our
Of course he does.
our titles, if only just for one moment.
Is he liking his food? Huh?
What was that last part?
You'll have to speak up.
Yeah.
Nothing. Nothing at all. Yes, it's back to training for me.
reflects on both Frederica's growth and her own changes over the years.
It's become late. We best keep an eye out for bandits. You have a warrior's intuition. You needn't worry. I won't let us come to harm. It takes no great intuition to see that this world is falling ever deeper into chaos. Reasons, however, remain elusive. Will we see our way safely through this darkness? I cannot say. We have not but our duty, and mine is to Prince Roland, whatever might become of House Wolford. I find your perspective refreshing. Although it may be direct, you walk the path you've chosen with confidence. On the other hand, I often feel that I'm fumbling. I had thought Gustadon to be a man of reason, but now I see that he will not hesitate to employ deceit to achieve his goals. In a manner of speaking, he and I are not so different. I too once hoped to have the influence to change the nation. At least, I told myself so. Really, all I wanted was to be free, and Frederica was simply a means to that end. As long as I had what I wanted, I had no great concern for what became of her. Sheila, But this war has caused me to reconsider that. I realize that Frederica herself is worth caring for. She's not the sheltered princess I took her to be. Her wits are a match even for Benedict. She surprised me and shamed me. I was wrong to underestimate her, to define her by her birth and station.
As that usually ends up
She
being the
represents
case.
my greatest failure
Sometimes.
as a teacher, but also my greatest success. For she has truly taken my lessons to heart. I see now there is no shame in serving another, and no shame in sacrificing my freedom for something greater. Oh, but perhaps I've shared over much. For some reason, I find it easy to talk with you. The feeling is mutual. You are not so aloof as I thought.
I still love that. I feel like they tapped the mic.
I just had a thought. When the war is behind us, I may very well open my own school. Of course, you would be welcome to join me. I would be master of the classroom, and you could be master of the training yard. We could teach our students the art of hawksmanship. Our riders would be first class. What should our school be named? You will come and teach with me, won't you? Not half so aloof as I thought.
Maybe I should put 57 sauce on it. Oh well. The research Corrington spoke of in his drunken stupor seems to be making progress, but I thought that was hilarious. He had like one glass of wine and was out.
What's so urgent you can't let a man sleep? Nothing less than the completion of my groundbreaking research, Eridor.
Oh, well now, that is something.
Indeed it is. I've managed to thermodynamically stabilize the quasi-liquid film forming on the surface of the...
Yes, I've heard all that. Now tell it to me in words a man can understand.
Right, well, in layman's terms, I have created ice that never melts.
Nice.
See how simple...
Did you say ice? Never melts?
That's mighty impressive and all, but what actual good does that do anyone?
My dear, sweet, simple, you handle it first.
For better, for worse.
Sounds big and important. I reckon I'll take you up on it.
It's like, is that an insult or?
What news? Surely it's finished by now. Afraid not. I come bearing unfortunate news from the smithy. It seemed plenty sturdy at first, but shattered the moment he took a hammer to it. He says it has a long way to go before it can be used in place of iron, I'm afraid. Preposterous! My calculations were impeccable. Surely I have not forsaken my homeland in pursuit of a fool's errand.
That's all a bit dramatic, isn't it? You can't have a breakthrough without breaking a couple ice blades. You know what would wash away all that pain? A nice cold glass of spirits. Spirits. That's it. That unmelted ice of yours could chill him forever.
Oh my god.
Groundbreaking indeed. This invention of yours could still take the world by storm.
And I reckon the army'd have use for it as well. To keep our rations from going off. Weapons be damned. You've done very important work. Fact remains that my calculations were in error. So forgive me my reluctance to.
Less sulking, more drinking. You succeeded, haven't you? Right then. This will be my treat. And I won't be turning in till you do.
Very well. Scientific breakthroughs never come easily, I suppose. Perhaps my next experiment shall be seeing how many rounds my everlasting ice can chill. Right then. To the encampment with us. It is time for a drink or three.
That's the spirit. Just promise me I won't have to haul your drunken ass home this time.
He had, I think it was like one glass of wine and he like passed out. Even the tavern, meant to be a place for people to forget their worries, sees its share of troubles.
Go on, have another glass. I'm offering top shelf drink for bottom shelf prices tonight. No need to fret over your coin purses.
See? This is why we keep coming back. Nobody treats us better than our Hasabar.
Quite the crowd tonight, eh? Good to see you.
All thanks to you for supplying me with that mead.
Thanks to my good fortune, I got it for so cheap on account of the batch not measured quite up to the brewer's usual standards.
Still, look at how happy it's made them. There's nothing I love more than seeing my tavern full to bursting like this. Thank you, Eridor. True.
It's nothing, honest.
Ah, and just like that, they nearly drank me dry. Might have to close up early tonight.
Celebrating something, Hasabara. Whatever it is, we'll drink to that. Pour us around.
I wish I could. Seems the barrels have run dry tonight. But if you'll come back on the morrow...
Run dry? Even up for these drunkards? You can't bear a drop for those of us who are risking our lives for you on the battlefield? Ah!
Wow.
Hey! Who are you calling a drunkard?
Don't you fools go spoiling the one spot of happiness we've had in a long while.
Enough! My tavern's a place for forgetting troubles, not stirring them up. You do well not to look down your noses at the very people you've sworn an oath to protect.
Exactly.
You want respect? Go out there and earn it by ending the war. Then there'll be drink aplenty to go around.
You tell them, Hasabara. They're no better than us.
You lot aren't blameless either, you know. These soldiers do put their lives on the line to protect yours. They get enough grief on the battlefield without you giving it to them off it.
Yep. Put those boys in their place.
I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. No,
The stress.
I shouldn't have let my temper flare. Look, there's still some drink left here. How's about you raise a glass together? Yeah. You can have some of ours, too. Well, don't mind if I do. Level head you've got on your shoulders there, Hasora.
Have to.
It helped that you pitched in when you did.
Ah, now that hits the spot.
Bar tavern owners have to be. I forgot to record. Have to be level-headed.
Doesn't it? Here, I'll pour you another.
See, now this is what I live for. Giving people a place they can come together and leave the worries of the world behind for a while. Somehow, I know this is what Theo would have wanted me to do. If only I could raise a glass with him.
I reckon he'd be proud. You made a spot of sunshine for people who don't get much of it these days. People like me.
What with business booming again, it looks like I'm going to have my hands full for a while. Don't you worry for your mama, Theo. As long as there's ale to be poured and smiles on her customers' faces, she'll be just fine.
Ugh, close the window. Oof, I just popped. I don't know what popped, but something. Lionel. God, I hate this man. Uses the Wolfert name to sell his dubious goods, but will he get away with it? Are you wanting to see this? Lionel uses the Wolfert name to sell his dubious goods, but will he get away with it? I don't know. We'll find out. Since you saw the first part.
He just closed up his rice. So.
You! Just what was in that swill you sold me?
Ah, my good sir. Don't you look to be in a fit of pique? But what does it have to do with Lionel?
Don't play coy with me! That was no secret elixir you sold me. An elderly nobleman bought the entire batch, and all he got for his troubles was a whole day atop his chamber pot!
Ah, perhaps the tonic's invigorating effects were too potent for a man of such venerable age. While Lionel is sure his digestive system has been duly cleansed, methinks a smaller dosage should suffice next time.
Digestive system? Dosage? You said that medicine granted eternal life!
Lionel recalls saying nothing of the sort. We did converse about rumors of such an elixir existing prior to the transaction, but that was all. If you harbor any doubts, pray consult the bill of sale. Rest assured that any misunderstanding stems from your own negligence.
For all the good it'll do me now, I might as well wipe my ass with it.
Merchant seal is his word. Consider this a lesson to read the fine print more carefully in the future.
You two-faced charlatan! You'll pay for this!
Two-faced? Has your own coin purse not grown mysteriously fat, despite the heavy taxes on salt? I dare say more so than market prices would conceivably allow. One wonders, what is the punishment in high sense for those who do business outside the purview of the state?
You can't threaten me! I'll gut you like a fish!
Oh!
Seems you needed protection after all.
Shut up!
There's no blood.
Cunningham would only attract unwanted attention.
Nevertheless, he gave Lionel quite a fright. That knock on his head couldn't have been good for the fool's health.
The only fool here is you. Using the name of House Wolfort to swindle others? How long did you think this charade would last? I'll give you one chance to stop, or else you will end up next to him in the dirt.
Lionel will have you know he has friends in high places. Yes, very high places. So high, in fact, that yes, Lionel now sees the error of his ways. His thinking so far has been positively unambitious.
Oh my goodness.
It is Lionel who holds the purse strings of House Wolfort, and it is he who must see to it that said purse is overflowing with riches.
I can't stand this dude.
The fool would squander his talents with such petty deceits. But Lionel does not lose heart easily. No, he shall redouble his efforts. For such is his burden, the burden of a loyal servant tasked with guiding his house to boundless fortune. Let us begin our new work post-haste.
I can't stand this dude.
That took a turn pretty unexpected. What am I supposed to do with him? Knock him senseless and drag him back to the castle? It may come to that.
I primarily hate that he speaks in the third person, but I think he's a dirtbag. He may have banged his head on the tray trying to get out from under it. Huette brings Azana to the woods to show her something, but what could it be? So did he eat all your taters?
No.
Okay.
Tell me, why did you bring me all the way out here?
Was something unclear in my explanation?
Well, truth be told, I was clutching to the hub for dear life. I could not make out a single word of what you said.
Well, then perhaps it's best to simply show you.
What? Who? Oh, it can't be.
Izana, my love. I'm overjoyed to see you unharmed.
You're alive. Where have you been? I looked for you. I looked.
I caused you worry, and for that I am truly sorry. I went to meet you, but on the way realized that you were being followed by Hyzant's watchdogs. I threw myself at them to serve as a distraction. You managed to escape, I see. So
Spit out the broccoli?
And he even starts drooling out the rice and everything.
Which is weird because he ate one bite before the cream cheese, or
It was to get the cream cheese out of his mouth.
no, before the cottage cheese, he ate a bite.
And then when you asked if we wanted another bite, he was like, no. And then we got the cottage cheese, and he was like, this instead. Took one bite, and then no more bite.
Well, if you want, you could try and take apart my burger and give it to him. Are you sure? I'm okay with that, babe. Because it's kind of dry anyway.
You fool. You should not have worried about me. What did they... What's wrong? Are you wounded?
Goddess Assault has scant mercy for those who have renounced her. The marks her scorn left remind me of their presence on cold nights like this. The night I escaped, I fled to my home. However, I returned to naught but ashes. So I fled further, deep into the mountains. There I I found refuge with a kindly old woman, where I've lived ever since. Until now, that is.
You asked me for my assistance, and I am as good as my word. I hope my efforts did not disappoint.
This is
I
awesome.
expect you to have much to talk about. I shan't disturb you any longer.
Mistress Huette here explained to me how you come to be in their service. I would give anything to aid you in your fight, but
Say no more. Do not worry, my love. Leave everything to me. I shall bring this war to an end, so that no more innocent sacrifices are made upon the altar of faith. But for now, let me spend this night by your side.
No. That's awesome. She didn't even know. Obviously, she didn't know that if he was alive or not. Julio speaks to Serenoa about having a noble imprisoned without the Lord's permission. Ah, that lady probably. From the previous one.
Lord Serenoa, may I speak with you? About that noblewoman, yes? Erenor told me what happened.
Forgive me. I know that I should have waited for your orders before acting. But I could not leave that woman to her devices. The longer the war goes on, the more the people suffer. I imagine your feelings toward their rulers must be souring. In spite of this, that woman tried to use your name to wrest their food away. Had we let her go free, people would have thought she was acting on your orders. Their mistrust of you would have only grown. I believed we had to show them that soldiers stand for justice and active. I accept whatever punishment you deem fit.
There will be no punishment, for you have committed no wrong.
I knew it.
My lord.
Anna looked into her. It seems that woman's ill repute dates back to her days in Glenbrook. Likely, she thought to obfuscate her misdeeds in the Crown City by hiding within my troops. But she wasn't able to conceal her true self in the end. I suppose she thought to earn my favor with the stolen food. Unfortunately for her, she misjudged my principles.
Lord Serenoa.
Forgive me for my oversight in this matter. I shall take all necessary precautions to ensure nothing like it happens again.
So, you aren't upset with me for putting a woman in jail?
Nope. I knew he wouldn't be.
Had I been in your position, I would have done the very same. For her misdeeds in Glenbrook and the crime you caught her committing, I shall order her banished at once. She will never again be welcome in the Wolfort domain. Let it serve as a deterrent to any others who would prey upon the common people. It is rare that I meet someone so committed to holding those of high birth accountable for their actions. I hope you will continue to do so. House Wolfort must be a house that people can trust.
Of course, my lord. You have my word. I knew I made the right choice. Unlike Patriot, Lord Serenoa is a man worth serving. Yes, I finally found where I am meant to be.
No.
I cannot rest on my laurels. Yes, I must serve my new lord as best I can.
It helps that Serenoa is fairly easygoing. While paying a visit to a nearby village with Serenoa, Jens finally realizes what he can do as a blacksmith.
This place was host to a battle not long ago, wasn't it?
We have come here to help. Let us offer what relief we can.
I never imagined the war would spiral this out of hand. Before the fighting started, all I cared about was becoming the realm's greatest blacksmith. I dreamed of forging the perfect weapon, a
Very well. What shall we play? Apologies, Yes. You may return. You needn't wait for me.
Come on, over here!
I believe I may have found my answer, Lord Serenoa. Courage, kindness, warmth that kindles a smile upon a child's face, the fortitude to keep fighting, no matter what trials you may face. Through it all, your heart remains unbent and unbroken. That is what will end this war. You, my lord, and the unmatched weapons you carry within you.
Hey, you should play with us too!
If you insist, here I come.
It's like it's nice to be a person worthy of being followed. The former saint has only one regret left in his heart.
Who in their right mind sends an old man on a scouting mission? Oh, goddess take me. I can't wait to retire.
You joined!
Of course, I can't very well do so until the war is over.
What will you do once it is?
I can't say I have any plans in particular. But there is one regret I'd like to remedy. I'd like to find my first love. I still dream of her, even all these years later.
No.
She was the general of the Frosty forces during the siege of the Citadel of the Sands. The turning point of the Salt Iron War, that was.
So I wonder if it's my martial arts lady. That would be amazing. Oh my god!
We were enemies, yes, but it was clear from the battle we waged how much we admired one another.
Oh my god, that would be amazing.
How a beautiful figure on the battlefield. Her every movement was majestic. More than anything, she was a fierce warrior. Truly, there is none in the world like her. I wonder what might have been had we met in a tavern instead of as enemies.
Oh my god, I hope.
I see. I hope you can find her then.
As do I. As do I.
Oh my god.
Well, looky here. Easy, Mark. Let's get them before they wise up. There. He saw us? Well, we're too far away. Humanly possible. Monster!
How did you sense those bandits from such a distance?
Rats like that will never get the better of me. Until this war is over, I've got to fight.
I can see you mean that.
Actually, that reminds me. I need to... Two track numbers. I totally forgot I ordered that. Aha!
Strange, but I sense her presence wherever I go. Maybe she's closer than I think.
Oh my god, I think it's her. My martial arts lady.
If that's the case, I'd better do what I can to end this war and fast. Time to work twice as hard for an early retirement.
Oh my god. I bet it's her. Because I believe she said she was a former... Game stuff. Conviction. Where is the recruiting people? Recruitment guide. La 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 la. Roma. Yes. So she was a prior general. And she does martial arts. But I'm pretty sure... Yeah, a former Asphrosty general whose epithet Iron Fist was feared by all during the Salt Iron War. So yes. I'm betting it's her. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's her. Oh my goodness. It's like that's something I have to see. Have to get them. Have to have them working in tandem.
The hour has grown quite late.
I forgot to read the summary. I was too excited.
Scouting excursion in many months. I've forgotten how long they can take.
It's not often I get the chance to soar over distant lands such as these.
That's a hell of a scream.
Sir Flanagan, over there!
If it's coin you want, it's yours, all of it. Please, just spare our lives.
Will be taking the coin, but I'm afraid nobody will see my face and go on living.
How fucking dramatic do you have to be?
Please have mercy.
I shall be your shield, my love. Run while you can.
They need us, quickly.
I'm with you.
Let them go.
What's this now? Someone calling the army? Wait. I recognize that grubby shield anywhere. You're Sir Flanagan. You're when a lowly coward would turn tail from the duchy. But I bet your shield will fetch good coin at auction.
You think you're gonna beat me?
On condition you do not lay a finger on these two.
Or better yet, I'll take your shield, your money, and your lives. Kill the lot of them.
Yeah, not happening.
Coward bastards.
This is a little bit like Horizon Forbidden West, where you defeat the leader and the rest from scrim.
Oh, thank you, good sir. Thank you. We are forever in your debt.
I was only doing my duty. Are you hurt?
No. The three of us couldn't be better, sir. All thanks to you.
3.
She's with child, my lord.
Then I am relieved thrice over.
Hey, tell us your name. I would name the child after you, should it be a boy.
This is hardly a deed, Worthy.
The man before you was Flanagan, an honorable soldier. Perhaps too much so for his own good. Flanagan. A fine name indeed.
We thank you from the bottom of our hearts, Sir Flanagan. You truly are the People's Shield.
The People's Shield.
I dare say it's a fitting epithet.
I am hardly worthy of such a lofty title.
If only that were your choice to make. You can start calling yourself the Bloody Shield after all. Am I wrong, Sir Flanagan? Or should I say, the People's Shield?
I love it.
Then I suppose I must endeavor to live up to it. For my sake, and for that of the one who may bear my name.
Love it. Okay. La 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 la. Nair heals an injured child with his grandfather's magic.
Damn it all. At this rate, I'll never come close to carrying on Grandfather's legacy.
Hey, Lovey. Would you be willing to bring me my ICECREAM?
Maybe I was never destined to be a great mage after all.
Ow! It hurts!
Oh no, the poor child's fallen. Hey there, are you hurt?
Ow! It hurts so bad I can't even stand!
Not to worry.
You are standing.
I'll fix you right up. So dry those tears.
Really?
Yep. The pain will disappear like magic. You'll see.
Oh, I might just end up making a chicken patty.
Oh,
Okay.
it doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, sir. Grandma, look! My leg's all better now!
Well, I'll be. Thank you so much for healing my grandson. You don't need to thank me. This is nothing.
Don't break the spoon. Don't break the spoon.
Yeah, right? Nom 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 nom. Gotta let it thaw a little bit. Yeah, no, it's fine. I figured you're watching while you're at work, so I appreciate it. My Sunday is cookies and cream ice cream with some peanut butter sauce and Oreo cookies.
Those robes. You wouldn't happen to be a student.
Holy
of the
crap!
Archmage Grandadon.
Somebody else knows of Grandfather. The first person ever.
Finally, some evidence you may have been telling the truth, huh?
I know. She's like those robes.
Grandpa's so old, she's the only other person old enough to remember.
Well, I guess Grandpa's gone, right?
Right.
But yeah.
And she's probably like, I met him when I was a young child.
Well, we're about to find out.
My grandfather? Oh, of course I do. What a great man he was. Always using his magic to help those in need, much like you. I was just one of many whose lives he saved. Why, that was over 30 years ago.
Apparently he saved her life over 30 years ago.
I lost my house, quenched the flames with his spellcraft, and healed my burns. Had it not been for the Archmage Grandante, I would not be here today. I am forever in his debt.
Well, I'll be damned.
Even though grandfather's name was
You must be getting close to the end of everyone's arcs if they're revealing that kind of stuff, right?
Huh?
Must be getting close to the end of everyone's arcs if they're revealing that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, Gila did say that, I think I told you, that, she had never heard of him, but she was mentioning, like, all the research that was there, and he's like, but my grandfather's the one who did all that research, and yet they erased his name, so that's why he's saying, even though my grandfather's name was erased from Hyzant's record, his memory lives on in the people he helped. I'll be damned.
Sounds like he was a truly amazing man indeed. And I know he would be proud of you for following in his footsteps. You really think so? I do. And I have no doubt that one day you will restore the glory to your grandfather's name. No matter what the ministry does to erase his existence, his spirit lives on through you.
Right. But I must keep practicing. That I might help even more people with my spells. Just watch me, Grandfather. I'll restore the honor of your name. It's the last thing I do.
He's real. It's like finding out Santa Claus is real. What? Ooh, by the way, Archibald, the old archer, former sage, he said he had one regret, and it was the love of his life, basically. But she was a general for the Ashfrosty army, and they essentially met on the battlefield, so kind of wasn't meant to be. But I'm pretty sure it's the martial arts lady.
Oh.
Because she was a general for the Ashfrosty army.
So that might end up being a thing later, huh?
Yeah, he's like, he's like, when this war is over, I want to find her. He like, I feel like she's nearby or something like that. It's like, well, yeah, she's in your fucking camp, dude. I'm pretty sure.
But, you know, the conversations may also be based upon, you know, your reputation or your...
Right. Well, because he was talking to Anna about it.
Yeah. So, it might trigger, you know, maybe that conversation gets triggered by...
Her side, maybe? I don't know. I don't know.
Or once her side gets developed enough, then he's like, oh, you look old now, or something.
Well, he probably figures she's old, but oh my god. I love it so much. One of the first times I heard it, I was watching a video where it was like Sister Act, and I wonder if I'll get in trouble for pulling it up. Maybe not, because it'll be short. Oh, so someone else said thanks, Alex, for being acknowledged on the reaction channel. Okay, is it in my favorites? Here, show me my favorites. Yes. Okay. Let me turn this down. Back. Settings. Volume settings. Okay. Yes. They used it in Goat Simulator too. But
How appropriate.
huh?
How appropriate.
Yes. Okay. Let me turn off my camera for a moment. So that note everybody tried to hit. But when you tried it, it's Steve Cardinal. I don't want to get in trouble with that one. But I still love that. That is like my favorite thing. I could watch it forever.
No, I think it would continue on repeat. I'd get
Huh?
paid on repeat or continuously. My ears
I love it. I am never not amused by that one. Piccoletta tries to bring joy to the children who have lost their will to smile during the war. I love her. She is so freaking cute. Piccoletta.
Oh, however will we carry on? Where's our house, Mama? Did the fire eat it?
Oh.
They're just like me.
Piccoletta.
They lost everything. They're sad and hurting and don't know what to do. Sitting there all alone, I thought I'd never smile again. But that's when you and the others found me. You told me I threw my ball so well. Hearing that made me so happy. I felt warm inside again. I realized I wasn't alone in the world. And now it's my turn to do the same.
She's so freaking cute.
Wow! Look, Mama! She's amazing! What are you doing, Miss? I'm juggling. Do you like it? It's incredible! I wish I could do that too!
Wow. Yeah, I don't. Do you have an Android or an iPhone? Because, there's an app called Cashwalk, and it takes a lot to get enough coins, but, the only thing I hate is that it stays on the front of your phone. Kind of hard to tell. Oh, did it? Yeah. Like, there's a circle here. Like, right now it says 2090. But, and they even, like, pop up with an ad on the bottom. I wonder if I can turn down a little bit. Yeah. So. But, you can, once you unlock, like, at least 1,500 coins, you can, like, get, like, a $5 gift card. But I don't think it's available for iPhone, otherwise I would have put it on mine. So, like, I set my goal as a Chipotle gift card, but shows like eBay, Fanatics.com, Banana Republic, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, $7,500 for Fandango, $25 Fandango, $3,000 for a $10 Gap card, $7,500 for Hulu Plus, Old Navy, NFL, Regal, StubHub, Uber, Starbucks, Walmart, Whole Foods, Southwest Airlines, Macy's. So there's a okay amount. I just kind of hate that it stays on the outside of your phone, but basically it's so that you can count your steps. Yeah, I thought you were an Android user. Theron Zayla doesn't like iPhones either. Basically, I have the iPhone 7 because that was my phone before I swapped to but I swapped to my Android, and so yeah. But again, the only thing I don't like is but if you're doing that many steps all the time, you'll probably have enough for a gift card in no time. She is so damn cute.
Come on! People! See the latest circus! The greatest show in all the land!
I absolutely love her. One story left. Edina goes to assist some nurses in dire need of aid, where another critical choice is laid before her. Ah, crap. Oh, yeah. Never mind.
Thank you for journeying all this way to assist us, Medina. I fear the heals in this region are otherwise occupied today. You have my apologies. No need to apologize. You may call on me whenever you're in need.
I have 2 wounded here. One of our own, and an S. Frosty.
The cause of all our strife in the flesh. Treating the enemy first. Have you lost your mind? His wound is far more grievous. We must tend to him or he will die. What fealty have we to those who robbed us of our king? Who would drive us to ruin? We may have no fealty to his nation, but we have a duty to him, as a man whose life depends on us. Leave your talk of allies and enemies on the battlefield. It has no purchase in a place of medicine. So long as I practice the healing arts, it is my duty to save them both.
Might even be able to convert him.
They should be able to get some rest now. That was incredible. sorry for what I said earlier. I was not myself. All is forgiven. At one time, I would not have challenged you. Would that I had your courage. You can. Simply keep your desire to help those in need first and foremost in your mind. The rest is sure to follow.
Yep, that's why there's a nurse's oath. And a doctor's, but... Alright. Frederica hears the voices of the people as she walks the city streets. Now that I'm done with all the character stories.
There are more who accepted Esfrost's rule than I imagined.
Glenbrook's history is long. Yet, that is why hierarchy and precedent hold sway. This is a stubborn land, my lady, not given to easy change. Though Archduke Gustadolf, acting in the name of freedom, granted privilege after privilege to the powerful. For people used to Glenbrook's rigid customs, I suppose that sort of change must have been too seductive to resist.
Perhaps, but his freedom was not but greed and cruelty.
Lady Frederica, I've been searching everywhere for you.
A Wolfport messenger. Did you run all this way? What's happened?
My lady, I hail from Castle Wolford, bearing tidings of Lord Seymour.
Has he awakened?
He has. He is in high spirits and recovering well.
Oh my god!
He is most pleased to hear of the capital's recapture. He bids you visit Castle Wolford so he can honor you himself.
Oh, I must bring these glad tidings to Serenoa at once. How long it has been since I've seen him smile.
Wow. So yeah, I'd look into it. It is legit. I don't know if the gift cards stack or not, but because I haven't even claimed my first one yet. I have enough coins, but I haven't done it yet. But yeah, might as well get something out of it.
There is one more bit of news I have for you, my lady, but it is not so happy.
Is there some sort of trouble in the Wolford domain?
Bandits are laying waste to the Rosellan village. To our shame, Castle Wolford does not have enough soldiers to stop this. We would beg Lord Sereno's wisdom in this matter.
The enemy must be powerful indeed. We cannot leave the Rosellan village defenseless.
Let us inform the others. Messenger, with us.
Well, things are about to get interesting.
That is so good. Might need some milk though.
The coronation ceremony. Certainly there are more important matters to focus on right now.
A coronation is important to assuage the people's fears and restore their faith. Besides which, it is the royalists' most fervent wish.
Oh, fuck the royalists.
The kingdom is only truly as strong as people believe it to be. And right now the world believes Glenbrook weak. The ceremony will be a display to the contrary.
Is this truly the remedy our situation calls for? Right now, I imagine the people care only for where their next hot meal will come from.
Yeah, pretty much.
Rest assured,
showcasing Glenbrook's return to her former glory so much as announcing the return of Regna's rightful heir. To win your subjects' hearts, you need do nothing but ascend to your position upon the throne.
He's a fucking bastard, so I don't trust him. Yeah. And you know what, that's kind of what happened to me. Is when I was working at the grocery store, even after Mom passed away, I was still maintaining my weight loss because I was walking around the grocery store. But once I got fired, all I was doing was newspapers and delivering Chinese once a week. It wasn't enough, and definitely gained some weight.
You mean sit my royal backside on a fancy chair?
In a manner of speaking. A king's duty is first and foremost serving as his kingdom's symbol. You needn't trouble yourself with day-to-day governance. We will assume that burden. After all, you have only just been crowned.
There will be no ceremony. The people will tell us what they need, and you will listen to them, Patriot. That is my command.
Because you're trying to rob his ass blind. Because you're a fucking crook.
As you wish, King Roland.
Take that, bitch.
How fare things, Sue? Have the relief supplies been given to those who need it?
Well, we had received a sizable shipment of goods from Hyzant, but there are complaints. It seems very few of those goods have made it into the hands of the people.
And why is that?
We aren't certain, though apparently Patriot and the Royalists involve themselves with the distribution.
Damn those Royalists! They cannot be left to their own devices.
Yep. I have no idea what that is, but I'm sure it's decent. It's like we bought a pre-made from Cyberpower because all I had was a laptop. Yeah. Well, I watch, or at least lurk when I can. The paths before House Wolfert diverge, meaning they will have to go their separate ways for the first time. Which way will Serenoa take? Aha. Hierophant's Palace. I didn't read the Trigger happy.
House Wolfort and Minister Exham's forces have reclaimed the Crown City. And not only that, they have dealt a heavy blow to the Esfrosti forces in killing Thalos and other commanding officers.
We couldn't have hoped for a better outcome.
Oh, to see Gustadolf's face when he hears the news. Now he'll have no choice but to come crawling to us on hands and knees, begging for salt.
I don't think so.
This could be our chance to crush the duchy once and for all.
Just because they're licking their wounds does not make them easy prey.
Yeah.
They still have their iron after all.
Iron? We can get iron. All we need do is make Glenbrook hand over the Gran Orsellian mines to us. A paltry price to pay for our bountiful aid in their restoration of the Crown City.
The Grand Orsellian mines. The spark that lit the flame of Esfrost's aggression. But why go through the trouble to seize an iron source when they have all the iron they could ever need? I should have Milo look into the matter.
Minister Edor?
I'm pretty sure that there was some
control
salt.
the salt. I say we bide our time until Esfrost admits they are defeated.
Oh. Yeah, and normally Theron Zayla wouldn't mind that, but with all the trouble on getting CPUs and stuff, it was just easier to get it pre-built and cheaper.
Besides, Glenbrook seeks our aid in their reconstruction efforts, do they not?
Yes. King Roland and Minister Serenoa have both asked for help and sent reports detailing the extent of the damage to the Crown City.
Send forth a veritable bounty. To Minister Serenoa of the Saintly Seven, that is.
Ah, yes. A show of the goddess's grace to the people, and as a wedge to drive between him and the king.
Esfrost, Glenbrook, they will both be ours before long.
What the fuck? So Glenbrook is all like, let's just have world peace. Aspharos wants to rule the world, and so does Hyzant, but I'm not surprised. Okay. I want to look. At. Basically, I have a guide that I consult every once in a while. Did he eat his cheeky patty?
Yeah, he's almost done with the second one.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna let him have some of his strawberry moo. Oh, okay. So who stays? Here we go. Oh, no. I already did that one. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Yeah, cyber power is usually pretty good about integrity. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Trying to see. There you are. All characters and how to recruit. Okay. Okay. So it's either Cordelia or Milo. I will probably stick with Milo because I want to see. Okay. You're fine. Online. Basically this is it? It's where Theron Zala got his laptop before, too. That was practically like computer power. PC power versus laptop.
Thank you all for helping to determine the extent of the damage to the capital. This information will be invaluable as we proceed with reconstruction. There is also happy word from Castle Wolford. My Lord Father is awake. They say he is recovering apace and is already up and walking.
Those are glad tidings indeed.
He says he would like to see us and hear of all that has passed while he was taken ill.
Then what are we waiting for? I'll saddle the horses.
Would that we could depart at once, but the messenger brought another piece of news.
Bandits plague the outskirts of the Rosalyn village.
Jerome and his folk are there. They can handle a few mangy thieves, surely.
Not according to the messenger. The bandits are proving a formidable foe.
Which is why they have asked us for aid.
Apologies for my tardiness. It's sudden, I know, but I must ask you a favor.
What is it?
I suspect Patriot and his royalists are filching relief supplies.
We've no proof it's them, but the fact remains. The people in most need of those goods are not receiving them.
The matter warrants investigating at the very least. And I would ask for Wolford's assistance.
I see. Well, we were just discussing what we ought to do next. Allow me to explain the 3 courses of action before us. 1. 1. Return to Castle Wolford as my Lord Father requests. 2. Defend the Rosellan village from bandits. Or 3. Remain in the capital to investigate the Royalists.
Lord Simon has recovered. What splendid news. If I could only go to him myself and thank him for all House Wolford has done. But I cannot leave the capital in the throes of a possible scandal. Too many hold the royal family in contempt as it is.
That may be the case, but now that Lord Simon has awoken, someone must make sure he is healthy and apprise him of recent events. I would go to Castle Wolford, Lord Serenor, if it pleases you.
My heart breaks for the Rosellan village. Let me go to its defense, even if I must go alone.
I cannot allow that. It's far too dangerous a task for one person.
Well, I would have the Wolford soldiers with me, of course. Besides, do you recall our first meeting?
Of course I do. You were being assailed by rogues at the port.
If you hadn't been there, who knows what would have become of me. But I am not as weak now as I was then. I am stronger, enough that I shall bring no dishonor to House Wolford's name. My lord, have faith in me. Let me do this.
Very well.
It seems best that Benedict, Frederica, and I each attend to these pressing matters, separately.
Indeed, but the rest of us cannot be in 3 places at once. We can only choose one path to take. Bring the scales of conviction.
I could not help but feel restless. We reclaimed the Crown City and have already begun restoration efforts. There should be no question as to what needs to be done here. And yet, something has me unsettled. Okay, so basically, excuse me. I think I'm here. Yes. Okay. Or maybe not. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. I don't think that's one we got. I don't even remember what we got, but that's the general website we use. Well, that Theron Zayla used anyway. What do I want to do? Because I think there's like 3 or 4 routes that this can go. Yeah. Well, we've gotten 2 laptops from Walmart. Well, I got one years ago that actually even came with a touchscreen, and it was like a Black Friday deal, and it wasn't really bad at all. And then the one that Theron Zaylan currently plays on right now, because of Final Fantasy, which was basically what he got from me. Well, he had his laptop, but his laptop's old, so it's really struggling, especially with internet connection. So with me on the computer, on the PC, he's using the laptop. But you know, they're both decent. Technically, my laptop is a gaming one, but not like at the capacity of his was. But it's decent, you know? So not all the Walmart computers are bad. Mine was working fine, and mine's an HP as well. It was a purple one. It was a whole package that came with a mouse and whatever. But it was under my entertainment center, I'll call it, which was a desk. But I think it was my GameCube fell off of it and onto the laptop, so it cracked the touch screen, but it actually didn't break the screen. It just broke the touch portion of it, but there's still a crack. So you know, it still works, but not touch-wise. But it's really, really slow now. Like, I haven't used it in forever. I don't know what to do. I will definitely have to make different saves, I guess. But there is New Game Plus, but... Alright. We're gonna save this at the very bottom. I wish you could relabel it, but... Very nice. I ain't talking to nobody yet. I'm exploring. I don't know what to do, babe. My options are to basically go see Daddy. Because Daddy's awake. Go save the Roselle. Or stay in the city and help Roland.
stick with Frederica. No, that's fine.
Huh?
I would stick with Frederica. That's my.
Right, which she's going, like, basically Benedict is going to see Daddy.
Of course.
And Frederica is going to rescue...
Roselle.
Yeah.
Of course.
However, basically which route you choose is who you get to recruit. So if you stay in the city, you get Cordelia. If you go home, then you get Milo. And then if you go to Roselle, you get one of the bandits from the very beginning.
Well, don't you need Mug?
Huh?
Don't you need Mug or Steel?
Yeah.
The rest
However,
of them
if I go, basically, the only way to get the golden route is if you return home, and that's the only way you can get General of Laura.
Okay. But you're gonna have to play the game multiple times anyway.
Yeah, right?
If I were you, I'd save right there and pick your different choices if you want. But if you really want to complete everything, you gotta play it multiple times. That's how we get it done.
Interesting. So Cordelia boasts a variety of powerful healing spells, some of which require a sacrifice in return. All the choices to make. I must admit, I am deeply fascinated by you, Lord Serenoa. A lord turned saint who won back his kingdom from Masfrosti clutches and saw the prince back to his throne. I can only wonder how your people will welcome such a hero home. Pray allow me to accompany you, my lord. If I go to Wolfort, I suppose Milo will be coming with me. Probably because she wants to investigate the mines. But I'll make that decision after. What's up, Victor? I heard some bandits were spotted on the outskirts of the Rosellian village. Rumor is they're led by some father-daughter duo. Yep. I have a sprinkle in my... Hi. What were their names again? A father and daughter? That sounds like Travis and Trish. But what could they be after? Lord Serenoa, I have heard great things about you. You were appointed one of the Saintly Seven, and even yes, kitty cat, that's Victor. Nigel is the fatter one that I'm surprised hasn't popped up because I have ice cream. And normally he knows when you have ice cream. And even demonstrated your prowess as Lord of a high house in battle. How should we royalists address you from now on? Yeah, good question. Serenoa the Amazing. No, I'm just kidding. He wouldn't like that in the slightest. Sometimes I hate these controls. Down. I have to feel around for shinies because they're... It's so hard to tell when everything sparkles. It's really bad near like snow and water. Not that I've been near the snow yet. Is my kitty here? No. There's supposed to be a kitty here for me to talk to. Are you on the other side? Nope. You're just a shiny. Okay. There's NPC kitties for you to talk to. Which I guess if you talk to them all, you get some kind of special letter. Not that I mind talking to all the kitties anyway. Come on. Thank you. Amulet of immunity. That's nice. We were downright cowards under Asphrost's rule, but hearing stories of House Wolford's courage in reclaiming the capital has inspired us to do better. To think that King Roland was alive all this time. Oops. Your house has my utmost respect for helping him reclaim the capital. My allegiance to the royal family shall not waver, not now or ever. Basically, I think I talked to everybody. I think I found everything. Let me double check. That's cute. Although that's funny that she grabs her toy if she hears the air fryer kick on. They also know when I'm eating a bowl of cereal. That's adorable. It's like, I want a small dog, but we have a 2-pet limit, and I'm not going to get rid of one of the cats to be royalist, along with Minister Patrat himself, for helping to rebuild the capital. We must reverse all the changes that Aspfrost has wrought and see the Crown City back to its former glory. I know that there are many problems facing the kingdom now, but us royalists are more than happy to take care of everything. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the last one, because I don't trust her for shit, and I don't care if she's offended. Basically, the choices were, let us serve King Roland together, please see to domestic affairs and reassure the people that everything will be okay, which I don't trust her enough to do. Is it true the royalists tried to win the Archduke's favor in order to protect themselves? Which is like, we know it's true. Whether or not she actually admits it is something else. And the last one is, if you want our trust, tell us everything you learned about Aspfrost under their rule. I wish I could, my lord, but Archduke Gustave had us only doing the most menial of tasks. There isn't anything I can tell you. I should have suspected as much. There's no way Gustave would tell anything to those he couldn't trust. I do remember one thing, though. Minister Patriot said that Lady Erica always wanted fresh fruit and wine brought to her room. I see. Thank you for your help. Our salt reserves are running low. We must restore trade with the Hyzant as soon as possible. As one of the Saintly Seven, isn't there anything you can do? You needn't worry so much. The consortium and merchants are already on the move. Let us give them some time. If we rush into negotiations, we may be taken advantage of. It is in our best interest to wait for the opportune moment. We must have King Roland's permission before we act. In the meantime, we can share a portion of Wolfort's stores with the Crown City. Okay. Have a safe drive. I think the middle choice. Aye, negotiations ought to be done with a level head after all. Our reserves won't last forever, but will hold long enough. I would think stores of salt nearly depleted after the trade stop. We already had some stocked up for emergencies, but the Aspfrosty army brought a whole bunch more. So the duchy has salt to spare. I suppose that really means they were preparing for war for some time. You have put my mind at ease, Lord Wolflord. I can't thank you enough. Okay, so I think I talked to everybody. I think I got everything. I got you. I got you. Got you. Okay, so there's stuff inside I need to get. Okay. I don't see... Oh. Apparently that was perfect opportunity. But yes, these are my peeps. How are you, Paramnesis? Yeah, I found some blue ones, but for whatever reason, like, I got these at Walmart and the blue ones at Target, and for whatever reason, the blue one actually feels a lot smaller headband-wise. Like, I have a small head. Usually, that's awesome. I'm very glad to hear that. It's like Monday you can go get all the discount Easter candy. normally I can fit like a kid's hat. My head is that small. And even these are like almost too small. The blue one was a little tight, but I decided to try this one. And it feels a little small. It is slipping off my head a little bit sometimes, but it's also more wobbly than the other one was. So I was like, all right. Yeah. I had some of the other stores like Target or something. I had 5 flower deliveries today. I had, like, when I last talked to the store manager, I had so far 3 for tomorrow and 3 for Sunday. Which is nice because I need the money. And, but last year wasn't busy because everybody could go visit again. But the year before that was insane because nobody could visit. So, like, Easter was the day of. We had a ton of deliveries. Let's see. One was Easter 2020. It was April 12th. Okay. Let me pull up. Because we write down the flower deliveries for the mileage. So, and that's the thing, is because all the flower shops had to shut down, we were insane too. So the 10th, even the 9th, we'll say. The 9th we had 8. The 10th we had 14. The 11th we had 28. And then the 12th we had 1. But that was kind of like, because the manager was like, how will this? I'm done. Which, understandable. And then even like coming back to 14th, there was 3. The 15th, there was... So like 2020 was an amazing year for flower deliveries. And it's like as much... Yeah. Well, actually, the, you know, someone said, that there is a Peeps Squishmallow, but it looks more like just like an Easter chicken, not so much a Peeps, so I don't know if it's a full collaboration. Because I made a post about it on Reddit. This isn't my post, but this is somebody else's from 2 years ago. Because I was like, oh my god, I would die, you know? And one of the things I was saying as far as businesses go, Nigel, what are you doing? Was that, you know, it's been hit or miss for a lot of people. But one of the flower places that is down the road, they do just fine. Yeah, because I asked about Peeps Squishmallows, and that's where I was sent. But when everything that was non-essential closed down here, the grocery store was considered essential, so we were getting all the deliveries for a while. And essentially it restored, because we used to get a ton, like obviously it slowed down or whatever, but it was really bad after they reworked the system, because it's through FTD. And they reworked the system where where I think we'd only get like one zip code or something like that. So we weren't getting like any deliveries. None of the price shoppers were. But once 2020 happened and all the floral shops were closed, all the price shoppers were slammed. I don't know about Wegmans though. I need to finish my sundae really quick. Because it's like soup now. Okay. Pardon me while I make a mess of myself. Ah! With my ice cream soup. By the way, the reason I keep scraping at it is because of all the peanut butter. Because I'd gotten cookies and cream ice cream with some peanut butter and an extra Oreo cookie. You're a little late to the game there, Nigel. I'm surprised. Because normally you're here in short order trying to get ice cream. Ah. So Paramnisa said I'm here for your peeps. And I hadn't read his comment yet. And of course I'm meeped. And he goes, not your meeps, the peeps. Because yes, the mic is still on. Getting some milk from all that peanut butter and cookie. Nigel! Apparently Nigel's in a playful mood. Needed some milk. Okay. I believe this side. I think I got the quality fiber that was here. Oh, I can walk past it. I thought it was like blocking the way because I couldn't. Oh, excuse me. I call it chocolate moo, but no, just normal. Although I do have some chocolate moo. Yay! I think that's all there is. It's like I figured white would be normal, or normal. Better with all the chocolate and the peanut butter. Now, if it were a black raspberry cookie witch, then I would have chocolate milk. Which, what is a black raspberry cookie witch, you ask? Why are you not pulling up? There should be strike images. Trying to find a good enough picture. Because that one's kind of too small, but I guess we'll go with this one. Okay. Oh, what the f... Well, that ain't gonna work. I can't delete that. I don't know how to... Son of a biscuit. I guess... Let me just do this. Let me try this one. Okay, so it's a Facebook post, but it shouldn't require you to log in. But the purple one in the middle, like the third one, is the Black Raspberry Cookie Witch. Okay. No, they're actually ice cream sandwiches. So it's black. The first one is vanilla with chocolate brownie. The middle one, next one is a twist with chocolate chip cookie. The third one is black raspberry with a brownie. Same with the mint, and then chocolate. They do have a normal cookie witch as well, where it's like vanilla ice cream with chocolate chip cookie. Yes, so if you ever get to visit, I know, the black raspberry is my absolute favorite. And so when Midnight was asking about chocolate mousse, because I said I had to get some mousse, I said with my sundae, I went white milk because I had peanut butter and Oreo, so I needed... But if it were my black raspberry cookie witch, then I definitely do it with some chocolate mousse. So, but if you ever get to come visit, we will stop at the gas station where it's from and pick some up. Because I buy them like 6 at a time, and they're on Zayla, and I slowly eat them. There's too many choices. Yay. Well, July 3rd, I'm supposed to go to a Backstreet Boys concert, so hopefully it's not so bad that it gets postponed again. because I was supposed to see them in 2020. That was my birthday present to myself. I've never seen the Backstreet Boys in concert, and I'm a huge fan. Like, I can't say, like, I'm a mega fan, because I don't know, like, all their songs and whatever. Let's see. Bloop, bloop. Pull up Google. I know one of them was older to begin with. They were formed in 1993. Yeah, right? But they are also abbreviated often to BSB, but right. One of them is, so AJ is 44. Howie's 48. Holy crap. Nick is 42. I didn't realize they were that. I thought maybe they were closer to my age. Kevin is 50. I knew one of them was definitely, like, older than the others. And Brian's 47. So, yeah. Now, let's see. How about New Kids on the Block? Now, them, because they were before. New Kids on the Block. Good old Donnie Wahlberg. So it says years active 1984 to 1994 and then 2008 to present. Yeah, so Jonathan Knight is 53. Jordan Knight is 51. Joey McIntyre is 49. Donnie Wahlberg, he's 52. I know Donnie more from Blue Bloods. But he's married to Jennifer McCarthy. And it was so funny. So we watched Masked Singer, and spoilers, y'all. Last season, which if you haven't watched last season, there was this weird chicken, and like there was like a raccoon or whatever that like kept mentioning Jenny's name. And I'm like, oh, what if it's Donnie? What if it's her husband? Because on occasion, she would try to guess that someone was her husband. And it ended up being the chicken. I was like, I was sort of right that he was on the show. Because it's always cool when you can guess who it is. Yeah, no, not... It's a cop show, but not vampire cops. Basically, it essentially, the blue runs in the family. So, Grandpa, because they all do a family dinner. It was actually really good. I fell out of a lot of the shows I loved, which is unfortunate, but... And it wasn't... It was me. It wasn't because I wasn't... You know, the show wasn't good. It was me. But, which I have a tendency to do a lot, is fall out of something I really liked. But, basically, Grandpa's retired, Dad is the current commissioner, and then two of the sons, we'll say, are cops. Well, one's a detective, a homicide detective, and one's a beat cop. And then the sister is a lawyer. Yeah, except it wasn't really comedy. It was very serious. There were funny moments, but oh my god, what is his name? I am going to kick myself because I can't think of... Oh, Tom Selleck. Yeah, there you go. Tom Selleck plays the commissioner, and then Donnie Wahlberg plays one of his sons. But the sister is a lawyer. I think she works for the district attorney's office. And then, you have her daughter, and then you have Donnie's two boys, and then his wife. His wife was a nurse, but they killed her off eventually. She just was done with the show. Yeah, and it's still going. So, new episode the 29th. Coming up. So, but the other brother ended up marrying his beat cop partner. So, but I guess Mark Wahlberg was also part of the... I hadn't watched it either, but I did see the trailers for it, and I was really interested in watching it, and then I didn't end up doing it. But as I've gotten older, I have some trouble with the comedy, especially with, like, embarrassing situations. I used to be able to handle embarrassing situations really well, but now I'm like this because I watch captions, so I'm like this so I can block everything that's happening. I might mute it, I don't know, but I just read the captions until it's over. Whereas Theron Zayla, like, just absolutely tries to walk out, and I'm like, no, do what I do. You're sitting here and watching it with me. And I used to, like, Grown Ups. I absolutely loved when it came out. I haven't tried watching it again, but I don't know if I'd be able to, or if I'd find it as funny. What was one of the other ones that I used to love? I'd have to maybe try Men in Tights again. Yeah, I haven't watched Borat, which means I probably can't. I think even Ever After, as many times as I've seen that movie, I might struggle a smidge when... I think it's when she's pelting him with the apples. I might cringe. I don't remember. Because I watched it again recently, but I can't remember how I reacted. But I think even You've Got Mail. I've seen that one a gazillion times. Just like Ever After. They're both one of my favorites. And I think there's even a part or two where I was like, where I can't handle it. And I don't know what it is about it. Well, I was trying to think of what it was I watched that I'm just like, why did I like this? Maybe it was Blades of Glory with Will Ferrell, and I forgot who the other person is. But I'm like, this doesn't appeal at all. And I had liked it when I watched it the first time. But I will say there there, I like Elf. I think I struggle with that one too now. Hocus Pocus is another one that I was kind of like, this is really cringe. And that might get me burned at the stake if anyone watching is a mega fan. So I apologize. I tried. I did. But but have you ever seen Stranger Than Fiction Midnight? Because that is an excellent movie. It's more drama than comedy, and you don't like him in that one either? Because I think that one's fantastic. Yeah. Well, there are moments where he's kind of doofus, but it's like, and I can understand, there's a limit to the excessiveness. Like, I understand Elf can really push people, but Stranger Than Fiction, I think, is just enough. You know what I mean? Like, I really enjoy that movie because it kind of also gives you perspective. And it's like, I want people to watch that one, so I'm not going to spoil that one. It's rare I care about spoilers. Like MasterChef, although it's like even MasterChef Junior is on, and we started to try to watch the first episode, but we were getting kind of bored, which is kind of sad because I was really excited for it and like waiting forever for MasterChef Junior. But we didn't even finish the last actual MasterChef season because it was just all, this is a season of legends. And it's like, fuck you. That was annoying. But totally forgot where I was going with this. Where was I going with that one? Fucking gone. Just gone with the wind. Oh, thank you. Oh, I know you. Oh yeah, you were gonna possibly use your chat, but thank you for the sub, Midnight. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my god, what? I appreciate it. I really do. I was discussing something. What, slightly different? Oh, spoilers. That's why I was like, what's slightly different? And normally we wouldn't want MasterChef spoilers, but now we're like, it's just so annoying. But Masked Singer is one that we definitely, because Thera and Zayla is pretty much the same. Because we end up looking up stuff because we have a question and we're like, I gotta know about this part, but we're trying, like, he's playing Horizon Forbidden West and I'm watching him because I can't play that game. I will not live. So, you know, we're really enjoying it, but we end up looking up something to try to, you know, And then, but I get upset if I get accidentally spoiled about Masked Singer, which happened last week. Which we gotta watch this week's too, but probably tomorrow. But yeah, otherwise we don't entirely care too much. But there'll be some things that we're like, I don't want to know yet. That was the tangent I was going on. Because it was like, MasterChef, we used to care but not want spoilers, but...
Yes, thank you. Season of Legends.
Which he just said, it's the Season of Legends. So yeah, but yes, I really love Stranger Than Fiction. So it's like, the fact that it gives you a perspective to think on, and the decision he made in the end to just accept it, and it's like, I love it. But I am more of a romantic comedy, some drama, more than like action. I do like Flyboys though, but I think that's still some drama. I haven't watched Troy in forever, but I did like Troy, but it's such a long movie. With Brad Pitt. I think it's like 3 hours long.
Which I'm like, it's Orlando Bloom's in it. I associate it to Lord of the Rings length. It's not that long.
Yeah. You got the peeps?
He stole it. He ripped it off my head.
Let's fix how that's on here.
I'm just taking it away from him.
I know.
Bedtime anyway.
I know. No, still. Okay. No, these ones are Mama's. You can keep those though. I love you. Come here. Thank you.
Yeah, upstairs.
What? Yeah, I don't remember Orlando Bloom being in it.
He's Paris.
Oh. I honestly totally forgot. Very young Orlando Bloom.
It's still after Lord of the Rings.
Huh?
It's still after Lord of the Rings. And it was funny because Boromir being in there as Odysseus was kind of fun too.
(2004).
All the way through Pirates of the Caribbean, Orlando Bloom was the luckiest actor in the world.
Wait, what?
Like, all the way through Pirates of the Caribbean, Orlando Bloom was the luckiest actor in the world. Lord of the Rings, Troy, Pirates of the Caribbean were his first 3 major movies in a row.
Yeah. He was in, what was it called? Something with heaven in the name.
Oh, Kingdom of Heaven?
Yeah. Which I thought that one was a flop.
Kind of, but I think that was after.
Well, I've got IMDb up. Yeah. 2005. Troy was 2004.
Okay, so Kingdom of Heaven was before Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yep, so Lord of the Rings was 2000, or well, The Fellowship was 2001.
And they were all filmed together, so all 3 were technically done filming by the time 2001 came around.
Yeah, Fellowship was 2001. Yeah. 9. So Pirates. Pirates of the Caribbean was 2003. So Pirates was before Troy.
So, yeah, he had...
And before Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah, so Kingdom of Heaven was after his first 3.
Which I think was a flop. I gotta...
Yeah, but I'm saying, those as your first 3 movies, how lucky can you be as a new actor?
Yeah. Well, he's good looking. That's
how he got to be an elf. That's the... No, seriously, that was the thing. All the elves had to be aesthetically pleasing.
So that's why he got Lord of the Rings, because he was good looking. What else was he in? Oh, I was kind of looking at how long Troy is. Yeah, Troy's 2 hours and 43 minutes. So let's look up Orlando Bloom himself. Not that he really does anything anymore. He doesn't look as good as he used to. I used to have the biggest crush on Orlando Bloom. Apparently he's in a TV series called The Prince, I guess. He's been in some stuff, but nothing I've watched. So he was in a TV series called Casualty, though there were a couple of episodes he was uncredited for. Wild as a Rent Boy? Smack the Pony, uncredited. Midsummer Murders. And then Lord of the Rings. So yeah, I guess for his first big movie, yeah. He was in Black Hawk Down, too. Was that one a flop? It's got a 7.7 out of 10 rating on IMDb. I didn't even realize he was in Black Hawk Down. I know Josh Hartnett was. Ah, Jason Isaacs. But yeah, he wasn't big enough to be mentioned in like some of the top cast. Oh, Ned Kelly. Same time as Pirates. But that was with I don't think I've seen it, but that is a Heath Ledger movie, and I kind of knew about that. I love how I've just gone completely... Elizabethtown. Now that one was a flop. The Three Musketeers, and I think that's one of Theron Zala's favorites. Where he plays the villain, essentially. Luke Evans is Aramis. Yeah, Orlando Bloom was the Duke of Buckingham. Mads Mikkelsen. I don't know a lot of these names. Mila Jovovich I know from The Hunger Games. Luke Evans I know primarily from the live-action Beauty and the Beast. Okay. Totally on a tangent in an opposite direction, but okay. I still have a choice to make. Maybe this is why I'm being so easily distracted, because I don't want to make a choice. And it's like, yes, I can do New Game Plus, or I did make a separate save to kind of play each route. My little funny bone glasses. We have about 6 of these, I think. from, like, when we saw Christopher Titus a couple times. I can't remember if we've seen him once or twice now. We've seen Carlos Mencia. I saw Brad Williams with Jason. I've seen Bob Marley, the comedian. Oh my god. So apparently we have established I like body humor. And like there was one point where he was talking about how you just like end up... I can't remember anything except for he was talking about clenching your ass. And then like he was sitting there facing the wall with his hand up and you can actually see him clenching his ass. And I fucking lost it. Lost it. And then Carlos was talking about how I think the Puerto Ricans, like if you're in Puerto Rico, you're likely to get lost because they just point with their lips. And it's so funny because in Kanto, even though they're Colombian, there's one point where she's hiding under a bed with her cousin and she points at the gift with her mouth. And I died. Who else have we seen? Oh, Ben Bailey, who was the Cash Cab guy. Brian Posen. Who else have we seen? Oh, Samuel Cromrow from America's Got Talent. But the thing is like his opener was hella funny. Like way more than he was. But he somewhat went on a little political, or an AGT rant actually, which is completely understandable. But the fact that he was kind of going on a rant. But his opener, and I can't think of his damn name, but I think he's still his opener. I have the business card somewhere, but he was absolutely hysterical. He was talking about how he used to be EMS, like ambulance, and it's like now he's got, you know, long hair and a beard, and he's like, can you imagine you see someone like me walking up to your car after you've been in a car accident and you think you're like either being rescued by Jesus or Jesus is there to take your soul. As you peek in the window, we're fucking dying. There's a few other people, but Christopher Titus was just here Wednesday, but we couldn't go. Plus, it's hard for during the week shows for Thera and Zayla, and then finding someone to babysit. You know, one kid's not so bad, but two, not as many people, which I understand. You know, but yes, we did love going to the Funny Bone. It's expensive, obviously, when you try to eat there and whatever, but we just basically get a large drink and get the glass with it. But we like those. They're so kind of perfect. Like, we use those for our chocolate mousse when we... Yeah, well, unfortunately, they're both not old enough for that yet. So... Okay. Yeah, exactly. Being 6 years difference, whereas Soren's only 3.5 and Ezra's 11 months in 2 days. He'll be 11 months on Easter. Yeah, we gotta figure out a smash cake, and I guarantee it will be a smash cake compared to You know how babies put everything in their mouth? Soren never really did that too much. He wasn't very oral with things, whereas Ezra, he likes to check everything out.
Soren seemed to like to be clean.
Yeah, Soren was also kind of... He likes to be clean. Although now he doesn't care as much.
Right. No,
which is funny, but when he was a baby, he preferred to be clean. Whereas Ezra's like, I don't give a fuck. Give me.
Yeah, he'll dive into a pile of puffs.
Yeah, and we, to keep him kind of happy, we'll just kind of dump some puffs in the playpen and let him go at it. And he's all like, ah. And you see him stuck to his arms, stuck to his legs. He's still going. A little bit later, he'll find it. If we let him have the baby cheesy puffs, he like shoves 2 or 3 of them, bites half. It's like we didn't have to worry about him choking too much. Whereas Soren, we gave him... What did we give him? A puff, I think. Which those are meltable, but Soren started choking on it. But we think maybe because Ezra was more pacifier-oriented, where Soren was thumb-oriented. What you doing, babe? Oh, breaking into the... Cherry Dr. Peppers? Mm-hmm. No, not right now. I've got my Pepsi Max. Paranesis said he was the same about being clean. He wonders if it's a firstborn thing.
No, it's not. My brother was not that way at all.
Theron Zale is saying his brother was not that way at all. One of my nieces was very... Like, I can't even remember how old she was. She was maybe 2 or 3, but she'd even, like, hat. She was so about being clean. But yeah, Soren just kind of slowly poked at the... We got him a jumbo cupcake. And he kind of slowly poked at it, but otherwise, I guarantee Ezra is going to go face first. And I go, ah! About it. Hi. Hello, Victor. Meow. What's that? Yeah. Yeah. Let me put up my keyboard. As I push my microphone a little bit.
Apparently, we got WoW players are now saying, like, I wish World of Warcraft Battlegrounds were like Crystal Conflict.
Yeah.
Apparently, the PvP revamp for 5.14 apparently is really good. Because you haven't done any PvP since the patch.
Not yet.
So they revamped it's not just a new mode, they revamped, like, the skills for every class. So now there's only, like, 6 buttons.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Every class gets its own limit breaks. So.
By the way, Paramnesis, you wanna let him know about the changes they made to the dungeons? Some of them, anyway?
Yeah. So, like, Copperworld Mines, they took away the stupid TNT or bomb mechanic from the green slime. The green slime's actually just a stand-up boss with, like, it throws out mini slimes that explode, and they made it a proper encounter instead of a gimmick kind of thing. It looks like they changed the first boss also from being where a bunch of little minions start dropping down from above and you have to kill them until the big guy comes. I think it's just a straight up fight the Minotaur thing now too. 1,000 Miles of Total Wreck, they changed from being bit of a maze with all the spider webs and slow down areas into just like kind of a straight shot, much more simplified map. But yeah, apparently they revamped all the lower dungeons with the new duty system.
Praetorium, I think they took away Gaius's monologue too.
I don't think. Yeah,
I don't know.
I haven't done it. So
right. I don't know. That's what it sounded like from the Final Fantasy.
They said there's still about 15 minutes worth of cutscenes. It used to be 30, now it's about 15.
Okay.
And they've upped the actual gameplay time from about 15 minutes to about 25 minutes. So the bosses are much more involved. And
so are the cutscenes still forced?
I believe so.
Ah.
But, I mean...
I know. Where you went from 30 minutes to 15, that's not horrible for being forced.
I mean, the full run still apparently takes about 40 minutes, but...
Yeah, he said that doesn't sound bad, so they're not completely removing the fights, but simplified. Which you can also run it with a trust now.
Yeah.
Well, NPCs. It won't be like your Scion trust, but it will be...
It's called the duty support system.
Yeah.
It goes through Ultimate Weapon, which is now a trial after Praetorium instead of part of Praetorium. So basically, the 6.1 patch put the duty support system all the way through the end of A Realm Reborn 2.0 MSQ. The next patch is going to take us through all the patch content of A Realm Reborn for duty support. And basically, by the time they get 7.0, you should have duty support going all the way through the game.
Yes. And it also gives you an opportunity to practice classes you might not be...
Yeah, because you'll learn all the mechanics, so you get comfortable with the encounters, and then you can join the community and know what you're doing, and if that's how you prefer, for people who are, in general, because he wanted to make it a solo friendly, right? Just want to make it to where you can enjoy the game, learn the game, and then if you want to interact with the community, you can.
Ah!
Yes, for the starting classes, but at this point, I mean, 2 out of the 4 tanks start at level 30 or higher. I mean, like,
have some cat butt.
Yeah, basically at this point, over half your classes start above level 18 anyway. I mean, the few that don't kind of suck, but it's really 18 isn't that bad. Apparently, they've also revamped a lot of MSQ storylines. I really need to play through the whole thing again, just to see what it's like now.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to streamline the whole experience for new players. So.
Basically, some of them you do need to get to Heaven's Word at least. I don't know about 60.
Oh yeah. So the Heaven's Word side jobs are the only ones where you have to go to Ishgard to pick up. The Machinist, the Dark Knight, and the Astrologian.
Yeah.
All the others, they're like, well, that was dumb. Let's make all the others accessible in the starting lands.
Midnights, if you'd like to, again, like I said, there's the free trial up to level 60, which is up to Heaven's Word, but you can't trade or anything like that, but...
Yeah, it's through all of Heaven's Word, so you go all the way up to basically right before Stormblood starts.
But, and I'm more than welcome, more than willing to help, like I told you, to let John know. We had Paramnesis join our free company, and then... Not that we're, serious with our guild. We don't do raids and stuff like that. It was primarily so we could have the storage space. We got a house, which was the primary reason we made it. Yeah. Because trying to get a house as an individual is nigh impossible. Although they have new housing at the moment, but right now it's a lottery.
Yeah, so we're going to try to win a medium house.
Which we need to... Is today the last day?
Tuesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, so maybe
5.
tomorrow.
Right.
Tomorrow's the last day.
Yes, 5
to
day
enter the
lottery
lottery
periods, 4
and
days
4-day
to
claim period. But so that was the primary reason we made a free company.
That and the storage space.
Right. And
so, and we need to organize it, but I want to start putting all of our low-level crafting materials in there so anyone can level up low-level crafting. Just to make it easier. Or orchestrion scrolls and things like that we have a million of.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, basically, we have actually, we just hit the max level as far as rewards go for our free company. We're like, rank 20 free company now or something.
Yeah, but I think the max rank overall is 30. I don't know.
Right.
So,
but as far as the actual unlocks go, I think we hit max for the unlocks.
Hello, Victor.
Which, given that there was only 4 of us that were active, it really doesn't take a whole lot. I mean, it took 2 years, but...
Yeah.
Well, not quite, but...
Yeah, I think definitely, like, maybe a year and a half.
But we are far from hardcore players. We're very casual.
Whereas, like, others have set up a static for raids and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great to get there, but we want to make sure, it's with people who are casual. Like, I would never expect a hardcore static in our guild. It's not gonna happen.
And besides, I'm not confident with raids. I'm not confident in general, but...
Yeah. But it's easier with friends, people you know.
Right. Hello. Hello.
I would love to start getting into Savage content and stuff like that at some point, just for fun.
Yeah.
That and glamours. I want those ultimate weapons. Those look awesome.
I don't know how long ago it was, but someone posted in Crow's Discord about how Thornton's Rage now has Gunbreaker and Dancer weapons.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, they slowly add older weapons in.
Because technically, Gunbreaker and Dancer didn't pop up till Stormblood. So...
Actually, Shadowrunners.
Oh, was it? Oh. Okay, yeah, because they added the Vera and
they start at
the
Stormblood
Rothgar
levels.
Yeah. Okay.
Because all new classes start 10 levels before the expansion to give you some time to learn the class before you dive in to the expansion content. Well, the exception of Heavenswood, which was 20 levels before, because they start 30 instead of 40.
Yeah. So basically, Paramnesis, if you get to Heavensward, you can try the Machinist, the Astrologian, or the Dark Knight, and they are all level 30 to start. Which they made improvements with the Dark Knight, because I guess every tank has the ability to heal themselves, a decent amount or an okay amount?
Okay. So, this requires a little bit of backstory here. In Endwalker, the self-sustain of tanks became so ridiculous that they can solo level 90 in-game boss fights. At least one in specific because of the pacing of the fight. But, it matters that, if the healer died in a fight, the tank didn't care. Like in 4-man dungeons, because their self-sustain will just keep them through the fight anyway. It's ridiculous. Now, the exception to that, Gunbreaker has difficulty, but they can still do it. Dark Knight could not do it at all. Because they just don't have enough self-sustain. So basically this patch, Final Fantasy in general, does not typically nerf classes.
He might just be able to create a new name.
You might probably create a whole new service account if you wanted to. But, yeah, in general, Final Fantasy doesn't believe in nerfing classes for balance. They'd rather increase.
Although
the
they
other
nerfed
classes.
Summoner a little bit.
How so?
Well, they got rid of the Tri-Disaster and
No, they repurposed it. They redesigned the class, not nerfed it. Technically, it actually deals more damage faster. It may require.
Although
more
they did nerf
direct
Scholar at one point.
Well, how did they nerf it?
They got rid of the other fairy.
So they. And again, not a nerf per se.
Well, because they made it way harder to do the level 60 class quest.
But still, it's not bad. Because I did it.
Well, yeah!
Pissed off at me. Because I'm a healer main, so. But, so Celine, on the Scholar side, used to be a utility fairy instead of a healing fairy. And basically they made it to where it's just, both of them are just 2 different skins to a healing fairy.
Yeah.
Which...
But yeah, but with this patch that just released Tuesday, they added more self-sustainability to the Dark Knight.
Yeah. So basically now when you pop
yeah, Scholar did have a bit of versatility before.
Yes, absolutely.
If you ever want some advice with Scholar, you can talk to him. Because that is his main. Whereas I met someone who's a white mage main, and she said if I ever want some advice, because I was working on it when I met her.
Scholars, Scholar is still the preeminent shield healer. I mean, they still put stronger shields out than Sage. Sage's play is interesting, though, because the way it heals is actually primarily through damage abilities that, as a side effect, heal.
Yeah.
It's so hard to say, because the base classes are just so much weaker than the job class. Yeah. And actually, I agree with that. I like shield healing because it's preemptive, right? Versus the reactive healing of White Mage and Astrologian now.
Although I do like Holy as far as White Mage
Yes,
goes.
White Mage does have the best AoE in the game.
Astrologian has gravity, but this still has a big cast time, and I don't feel it's as big.
So the advantage of gravity is that it's not centered around the caster. It's centered around the target.
Okay.
I believe. Or is it ground target? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Which one?
I don't.
But so again, each of the AoEs has a different advantage. Holy, it's around the caster, but it has a cast bar, but it puts an AoE stun along with the damage, which is why it's the best in the game. Scholars is instant cast, just normal cooldown, centered around the caster. It's the fastest casting AoE. It's tear stuff up. I really like it, but it doesn't have a stun. It does not have any stun components or anything like that to it. Astrologian's weakest, but is not centered around the caster. So,
which I didn't even know about Sage.
Yeah, I haven't done them either yet.
But you got to be level 80 to get to Sage, I believe. Yeah. So
yeah, I've read some of the abilities, so I have a basic understanding how the class works, but I haven't read them in detail yet. I got too many other classes. Right now, I'm trying to get each of my main roles to level 90 so I can do all the role quests.
Yeah, because starting in Shadowbringers, they start doing in role quests where you have one person for each role, so tank, healer, physical DPS, and magical DPS, where essentially you're helping out with something on the side. I had, because of what's going on in the current patch, I was like, I want to kind of maybe finish the Shadowbringers ones, but I didn't have a tank high enough, so we spent $25 and bought a book. Well, apparently, buying the book does the tank role quest.
Which sucks, because that's actually a good... the role quests in Shadowbringers have pretty good storylines, except the ranged DPS, or the physical DPS.
Yeah, except for which, the dude is just... I've only done one quest with him so far, and I'm
Lou Reek, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's such a tool. I mean, it's the point, right? I mean, he's well written because that's the point of the character. But he's just the type of character I just hate. But you're supposed to, I mean, in a way. Because you're supposed to disapprove of his lifestyle, and so he can change and you can, start respecting him a little bit towards the end. But man, it's a slog to get there. It's a tough one. Pretty much the whole community, I think, agrees that the healer is the best one. Role quest wise, storyline. Yeah, it's really good.
Right, which you helped me do it.
Right.
So, which honestly, for some reason, I don't remember everything with the magical TPS. Even though that's the first one I did, but maybe that's why.
So that's the Nilbert one with all the void portals.
Yes. Okay. I remember now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But, and overall, their general stories are really good. A Realm Reborn is really slow, and they did revamp it a bit, which apparently now they've even revamped it as far as dungeon-wise, but...
Yeah, well, they said they've redone some of the MSQs around it to make some of the dungeons make more sense, too. So, I have no idea. I said I really need to replay the whole Realm Reborn to see what they've done to it. It seems to be quite extensive.
So maybe I need to make another alt besides my Ariana, or delete Ariana, and...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll probably create a whole new character. I don't have a bunny girl yet.
Yeah, I'm very much a story-oriented person, so that's why I absolutely...
The worry is, from what I've heard, is the people who have gone through and replayed since Endwalker said like the Realm Reborn is so much better when you understand the full context.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of like the fun of rereading a book, even, right?
Yeah. Well, and that was me with like Concept. It kind of analyzing cards more with me streaming it. At least I was trying to put more effort into analyzing them.
But now that I actually know everything that Answers is really talking about, it's gonna hurt.
I appreciate your explanations. Because you're better at it than I am. You have a better understanding. I can't retain half
I read my tooltips.
And I never remember half the dungeon mechanics because I'm looking down at my hotbar.
Well, that's just practice. You have to get to the point where...
I'm getting a little better at like being able to look at my hotbar but...
Yeah. But again, your problem, like as you told me before, is your hand's so small that...
Right.
Since you have to strain... The more you have to strain to reach something, the more you have to look at the keys to make sure you're hitting the right thing.
Yes.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. If you want to lift the camera, then it's like...
Everyone, get prepared for nausea.
Yeah. So...
Yeah.
So, like, trying to come down here where you use control and try to do 2, that's a struggle. That's straining my hand. Just like that. And I'm not even actually pushing the keys. So... It's like, that hurts. So basically, I just end up doing this with my mouse.
Put it back down.
And using the hotbar. Sometimes we did cue my number pad to at least, 9? For, I believe, or even 0 maybe. So that, like, the first bar, so sometimes if I'm in a mode where I feel confident enough, I might, especially with, if it's a solo versus a group, because with the way the summons work, is, you know, they have extra moves, so you're hitting the 2 button or the 6 button. And so when it's solo, I can work keyboard only for a little bit, but otherwise, yeah. And like the current mouse I have has some buttons, kind of hard to see.
But we haven't programmed them for anything.
Right. There's a button here, a button here, and then a button here. So here, here, and here. And then there's actually one down here too. And I know, like, he said back when he played Star Trek Online, he used a 10x3 hotbar, 1 to 0 control, 1 to 0, and alt 1 to 0. So I remapped my mouse buttons to control and alt.
Yep. Which is what we were talking about doing.
Yeah.
Basically.
And which hitting the mouse wheel actually puts you in run mode. That tastes salty.
Well, it's pretzel bark. So.
That tastes salty. Woo! What was it again? The pretzel bark?
Yep, pretzel bark ice cream.
Hot. There's the pretzel. All I taste is the salt, a little tang of pretzel, but
If there's peanut butter mixed into it.
That's alright, babe.
Well, I'm not giving it to
okay.
you. I'm just looking at it.
Oh. Yeah. Mix of peanut butter. Can you eat the peanut butter?
Probably not.
I've changed it for Guild Wars 2. Now one button is dodge and another is the special action key. Yeah, 130, especially with all the current patches. But although, if you're doing the free trial, it'll only be up to Heavensward anyway. Right?
Yeah, through them.
Because it doesn't include Stormblood. You'd have to purchase Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. But
one of the podcast groups I listen to called Grinding Gear.
Yeah, I did. I've been getting notifications for it on my...
Yeah.
When I look.
They just finished up the Heavensward content, and they're like, it took them like 200 hours of playtime to get through all the... And they really haven't even done the extremes yet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a pretty lengthy trial, all things considered.
So basically, did you just end up buying at Midnight? Because at that point, you can join our free company.
And that's the thing. I mean, I know you guys haven't read any of the live letters or patch notes coming up because of spoilers and all that too, probably. But as of 7.0, they're actually going to be revamping all the graphics to make it look even better.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and that's the thing, is A Realm Reborn can be kind of hard to like somewhat. Heavensward is like so much better. But after you finish A Realm Reborn, you could probably watch the Heavensward trailer. I was telling Paramnesis to finish A Realm Reborn before he watches the trailer. And then it might kind of draw you in.
Well,
but I mean...
Because the trailer to Heavensward has spoilers for the patch content of A Realm Reborn.
Yeah.
So that's why. That's the order of reasons. But, the other thing is, no, it just escaped me. Never mind. If I think about it, I'll say something.
The better graphics, or something about Heavensward.
Yeah, I remember.
So you did 1.0?
I know the pain.
He did 1.0 as well. So he's off to grab something to show. Yeah, his account was created back in 2013. I almost wonder if I should switch to just chat. Yeah, his Square account's older than that, but in general.
Well, because the 1.0 is older than that. So, but what you're seeing is, if you're on my Moxie account, I actually have 3 accounts tied to it, and so my one I use now is actually the second account. The first one was the original account.
Right.
And that one's really old.
Yeah, he did tell me about how mining mining and botany used to be.
Yeah, basically they carried it forward as the mining and foresting mini games in Golden Saucer. That's how all mining used to be. Yeah. Yeah, because it tried to draw inspiration from. Well, actually, no. 1.0 was even worse than that. I mean, it somewhat drew from WoW, but a lot of it was like, well, let's draw from EverQuest 2 and things like that, because Final Fantasy 11 did great with using EverQuest, the original EverQuest, as a platform. So let's go. It's not good.
Yeah. Which Yoshi P did say with his revamp, he did pull from WoW a little bit.
Yes, 2.0 and beyond. Heavily, 2.0 especially, draws very heavily from World of Warcraft. Very, very much so.
Which he also used to be a very big WoW player.
Yeah, unfortunately, WoW burnt me out on raiding.
Well, not that you ever have time or energy anymore anyway, but I guess he used to be one of the biggest players and almost untouchable
on my servers.
On his server.
So I wasn't part of Death and Taxes or anything like that, obviously. But I was in Vanilla WoW. I was in Unity on the server Dragon Ball. Around the time when we were doing server first Blackwing layer clears. We got really close to a Resuvius world first in Naxxramas. But I was there when Ahn'Qiraj destroyed entire guilds because Seathun was a pain in the butt. But when Burning Crusades came out, I actually switched to European servers for a while, and I joined the Dread Fuzzy Bunnies, which was actually paired with another guild. We were raided in tandem. And I became the off tank for them. So I became the best healer on the server in Dragon Ball. Then I switched to tank in Burning Crusades and became the second best tank on server. So, that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the World of Warcraft raiding community was terrible because and maybe because it was so much so resource intensive for spend all week farming for preparing for one day's raiding. It became this cult kind of thing. It was just like everything is for the raid. That was terrible. Yeah. What actually? I stopped at the beginning of Cataclysm, basically. But what really caused me to quit was when, being in a top tier raiding guild, you know, we always had the best armor and all that. All of a sudden, they opened up PvP gear to be equivalent to raiding gear. And I know that's different a little bit, but I'm like, no. BS. You should not be able to solo your way up to high-end equivalent raid gear. That burned me so bad. I'm like, we've spent months and months learning these fights, coordinating it all. I'm like, yeah, it made me so upset.
Yeah, which I don't blame.
So I'm like, screw it, I'm done.
But you even had an arch nemesis in game.
Yeah, Zizek. Yeah. I heard it's gotten a lot. Well, obviously, given how many people are quitting now, they basically set it up to where all systems are tied into your power progression, so you have to do everything in order to get strong enough to do anything.
Yeah. But I think one of his favorite things to tell me about is his arch nemesis, because you always start smiling whenever you talk about it.
Well, and actually I had a couple, right? So, Zizek was the main one. Zizek was a shadow priest. I was the holy priest. So I was a human holy priest. Zizek was an undead.
He said, I tried Shadowlands and didn't like it at all, and he's like me of the game.
Yeah. But,
as his shirt says, waiting for the next Final Fantasy, which I got it for him, but I knew he was. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. So, what was it?
So he was the Shadow Priest, you were...
Right, and I'm trying to remember the zones where he met me. I can't even remember all the names of the zones anymore. Falinar or something like that. But we basically, because we were both there with the day the server opened, so we were leveling up at about the same clip. So we'd always encounter each other in the mixed zones, and we just, because we were on a full-blown PvP server, and so yeah, whenever we'd see each other, we just fuck with each other all the time. It's so sidetracked. Oh, nice.
But at one point you got so strong.
Oh, yeah, so because we were the top guild on the server, my gear obviously started just outpacing us. So I got to the point where it didn't matter what class I was up against. Like Rogue, didn't matter. They could sap me and try out their combo. Would not be fast enough to kill me because I had enough HP. But as soon as I broke out of the stun, Power Word Shield, because I had so much plus healing and how that affects Power Word Shield at the time, they could not break through my shield within the time of the debuff. So I was basically invulnerable. My renew ticks were ridiculously strong because of how the plus healing multiplied into the stat or into the skills.
And rogues, you said, were...
Rogues are fun, because rogues are supposed to be like the nemesis of your caster classes, because you're supposed to be squishy.
Right, and, but you were telling me how, like, new rogues or something like that would spot you and try to...
Well, yeah, because rogues, again, they think that they're going to be able to kill casters. So they come from try, and, again, I Power Word Shield, Shadow Word Pain them, and they die. Just from the dot tick.
Yeah, and you said he would come by and say don't bother or something like that.
It eventually got to the point where Zizek would just come by and tell all the young horde guys, it's like, no.
Don't bother.
Yeah. Yeah. Shamans I remember back when Shaman was horde only, of course, and it's like... When you played old Alterac Valley, every class that you kill would drop had a chance to drop a gray worthless item, but it was always like a flavor item, right? So whenever you kill a shaman, they had the gray item was the broken I win button. It was like because Blizzard never even bothered attempting to balance their classes. And the shaman with Wind Fury totems was just ridiculous. But yeah, I ended up with having 4 or 5 classes max level. Really, definitely vanilla WoW. Only 2 or 3 in Burning Crusade since I switched servers. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed my Fire Mage. She was called Light Your Fire. Not that I like the doors or anything like that, right? But yeah. So enjoyed my Fire Mage. Loved the Warlock at the time. Yeah. It was kind of like, freaking Warlocks used to be ridiculously powerful because they could just chain fear you to death. Yeah. So, and that kind of goes back to why I mentioned that in Final Fantasy,
Ice Mages.
They really try to avoid the nerf back. They would much rather balance everything else up to the level of the remaining classes, of those powerful classes, which I appreciate so much. That's a thing. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, I've gone green or red more than I thought.
Ice Mages were a lot of fun in PvP, but so, and again, I was, by the time Wrath was out, I was tapering off until I basically stopped completely in Cataclysm. So I don't know how things evolve, but at the time I was playing, because I had access to really high tier gear for my ults even. My Fire Mage Pyroblast at that time was just so nice and strong that most guys I could one-shot. Or, sorry, not one-shot, but between Pyroblast and a couple instant cast spells, they were effectively dead instantly. Well, yeah, it's all about picking your target. But, yeah. Yeah, it's by that time I wasn't PvPing a whole lot, so I can imagine. It's like in thinking about later expansions, all the fun classes they've come out with since then, how that would affect things. But again, Blizzard doesn't give a damn about PvP balancing, so it's almost like, oh. I guess there's no point in playing my class anymore since this class came out and it just looks like it's designed to wreck me. Yeah. But it's like, it drives me nuts because I still kind of pay attention to just a very broad level of how things are looking out, and the fact that in World of Warcraft ratings, certain classes are mandatory in order to bring down the raids.
Oh,
yeah.
You can go ahead.
Okay. So, Final Fantasy 14, as of this latest patch, which just came out this past Tuesday, everything through the end of the main part of A Realm Reborn, so not the patch content, but the main A Realm Reborn, so through Praetorium, is...
So 2.0, but not 2.1, right?
Correct. So all of the all the MSQ dungeons and trials can now be ran with a party of NPCs that go with you instead of having to wait for other players. So effectively, it makes the entire A Realm Reborn main storyline soloable.
Yeah, if you want to run it and still get experience versus just having someone run you through it.
Yeah, because Of course,
Because if you have someone run you through it, you don't get the experience.
yeah, or if you're running it unsynced. Yeah, if someone unsynced, you don't get experience. The problem with running things unsynced is and I didn't really note it too much until I was running Jason through stuff, which one of our other friends. You lose perspective of how strong you're actually getting in a way. So it's when you start going back to the early level content unsynced, and you go, "Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't even have a chance to hit anything."
Oh, yeah, because
I didn't mean
yes,
to.
you get to play with imaginary friends and progress, yes.
Yeah.
But he was so beyond excited to fight, was it Ifrit hard?
No,
Or
normal
Ifrit
Ifrit, the original Ifrit.
Okay, so normal Ifrit, and Theron Zayla did not realize how excited he was, and basically one-shot him. So for like a month...
I used one weak attack. I didn't realize it would kill him.
So for like a month, he was calling Theron Zayla One Hit Wonder. He goes, "How's One Hit Wonder?" So they ended up having to run it again, like right after, so that Jason could try and get some attacks in.
I do wish they had done something a little different with duty support. I wish some of the NPCs that are around later, that are like side character NPCs,
Yeah.
like say Hoary Boulder.
Yeah,
Like
that you could actually run it with them instead.
And so you could build relationships with some of those side
Well,
NPCs.
because even as you go to those dungeons, you see those people outside. And so it's like, I wish you could kind of like a quest, you go up to each of them, because they were trying to do it anyway, and say, well, let's team up and do it.
Well, yeah, that, and in dialogue later on, they're like, "Yeah, I remember seeing you back when we were doing that one dungeon way back when." I was like, "Yeah, but I didn't actually get to run it with you, so."
Yeah. So.
That's my only criticism with it. But that would have been a pretty big ask, I think.
Right. Maybe someday, but...
Yeah, given that they just did this as a patch content, not even a main release thing.
Yeah. And it took a full 24 hours, where normally they'd only shut down for what, like 8 hours or something?
So, I think it's they were doing that because of because it said it was for the networking backbone network infrastructure, which I think means they were actually laying the groundwork for the cross region.
The cross-region data center?
Which is going to be released in...
data travel, anyway.
Right,
world travel.
Which is going to be released in 6.18. So I imagine they've started laying that backbone infrastructure now. So that, by the time 6.18 rolls around, they'll be like flicking a button.
Yeah. Which we will only be able to travel to other data centers within North America to start, right?
Yeah, so basically right now we have cross-realm. So within a single data center, you can go to any world.
Which we're in Adamantoise, by the way, which is an Ether.
Yeah.
So.
But when 0.18 comes around, it's going to be you can go to anywhere in North America, or all the European data centers you can go to anywhere in any of the European data centers. So the actual abilities though, Gilgamesh. Mm-hmm. The actual abilities of the system, though, will enable full world.
Eventually.
Yeah, so the capabilities there, they just want to do it very carefully to make sure they don't wreck the economies of the servers.
I only picked it because he said that's where to go.
So, Generally speaking, Adamantoise is actually one of the most friendly servers by popular opinion.
Which is so weird that Mione was having trouble.
I hadn't heard that.
Mione had boosted a character because, you know, and like someone was like, oh, you don't know what you're doing, you just boosted a blah blah blah. And he even had, I think, the name Mione, and it's like, who the
Adamantoise?
Yeah.
I hadn't heard you'd come over here.
He'd created an alt that he boosted, and because he was trying to play with some friends one day, and they were giving him shit. I saw it on a stream.
Huh. I know he's on Adamantoise. That's weird.
But
yeah, so that's annoying.
Yeah.
Each of the
generally though, I have never had an issue.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing I've always heard about other people. So generally speaking, each world within a data center kind of has its own little niche. Balmung in our data center is the heavy RP server. There's actually the server where I started on before it was the RP server. It kind of became that afterwards. But it's one of the legacy servers. Gizmaluk, something like that. It's super hardcore rating. But like none of the servers are bad. It just has different views. Adamantoise.
Genova.
What?
Midgard's armor.
Yeah, just go to Aether. Okay. No. Okay. So. Oh, that's right. They split it out. I forgot about that. Yeah. So, with this latest patch, they split the servers differently. So, Balmung used to be an Aether. It no longer is, which is interesting. Now it's Crystal, apparently. But yeah, where's the other one? I'm sorry, I really got a server list here. It's like, man, things are so different now. Yeah, and I've been enjoying, like I said, Adamantoise overall. But they've made it to the point where it's because of the whole world data center travel and all that. It doesn't really matter a whole lot except for the free company you want to join, and maybe which market you want access to. Because I think you can buy from other worlds, you just can't sell there.
I believe so, yes. Because you can, when you're, like, some Discords that have added, like, certain channels that you can look at the market board, because I don't want to say the name of one of the channels, because it's kind of a Heaven's Word spoiler. But you can type up, like, a command, market board, barding, and you put what data center, and it'll list all the prices of that barding on that data center. And it actually shows you, like, the lowest prices in the other data centers, too, actually.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. Which is what, like, if you want to make a lot of money, something you can do is go to something like that, buy cheap from another data server, something that sells high on your data center, your world. Buy it someplace else, sell it here. Because probably 80%, or at least 80% of the player base won't go through the effort of buying it from another world.
I don't. He calls me the market board warrior. Because when I have a ton of shit to, like when I'm trying to get seals and stuff, to buy stuff from the Grand Company, I just go to the market board half the time instead of asking him to make it. Which, now that they got rid of high quality with gathering, I don't have to worry about that as much anymore. Because the higher quality something is, the more seals you get. So if it's high quality versus normal quality, you get more seals. And they took that out for the gathering. So basically the fishing, the botany, and the mining, they took that out. So that makes it a lot easier on me, somewhat. Because when you're taking on something to collect, to turn in, because they give you a whole list, they usually sync it on par with a node that's at your level. But if, that class level anyway. Because it does level up as you turn stuff in, too. You get experience for it. So if you're a higher level than your gear is, you're not going to be able to collect from that node. And a lot of times that's what I did, is with high quality stuff, I just went to the market board to level it up because I'm not that interested in it. Although I do gather a lot more of it myself now that it's easier to. Beagles Nature Records Part 2. In the northern reaches of the realm lie the Norzalian Mountains. They are the source of the Norzalia River, and the blizzards surrounding their ice and snow-covered peaks prevent any from passing through. The summit is a harsh place where not even birds dare fly. Beneath the ground, however, run veins rich in iron, copper, silver, and more. The people of Aspfrost eventually managed to reach these veins and opened several mines. Prospectors looking for iron deposits should first seek out the alpine plant known as ferrum weed. Tiny red flowers sprout upon this weed's black leaves. That's a little bit of a mouthful. And the plant itself can only be found in areas rich in iron. Red and black, the colors of the Grand Duchy, are said to represent fire and iron, but may also stand for the colors of ferrum weed. The Norzalian Mountains are also a major habitat of great hawks. Great hawks, both intelligent and large enough to carry a rider upon their backs, were once known to nest all across the realm, but are now rarely seen outside the mountains. Due to the difficulties of artificial breeding, these mountains are considered a very valuable place to hawk riders and any who use birds when sending missives. Did the painfully annoying thing of 1, want to level armor smith, so let's make a material list of stuff I need. 2, switch to miner and level that up until I get everything I need. 3, craft everything I can on armor and start over at 1 with the new items I unlocked. Yes. Which, like, when I was working on the classes, what is it, Stormblood? You have to craft it yourself?
Yes, so Stormblood is the one where they give you the materials, but you do have to craft it.
Yes, so from A Realm Reborn to, like, the end of Heavensward, you have to get the materials and you have to craft them, which at that point you can buy from the market board or have someone else craft them and whatever, so that, and then whereas Stormblood on, they gave you the materials and you'd have to craft it. But there wasn't a limit on how many materials, so even if you consistently failed, you could just get new materials and craft. Okay. Oh, is it for the materia? Or no, because I thought the knife was supplied for the materia. Paramnesis said there's some weapon I have to craft for that random weaponsmith guy in North Shroud. Or is that the relic?
That's a relic weapon.
Okay, so that's a relic weapon. So technically you don't have to if you don't want to work on the relic weapons. Because you may need to explain the relic weapons.
Yeah, so I believe you're... judging up my memory here, but I believe it's gonna require, if it's for your Lancer, the bloody spear.
He's like, it's a quest, you know, I gotta do it. You can drop quest, you know.
Yeah, I think you need like the bloody spear tip or something like that, which is the main component for creating the actual weapon. Yeah, I know Gaybog is the ultimate thing. I'm just thinking about the material you need for the thing.
You know what? And I had one
on.
too. I believe I had a bloody spear tip.
Yeah.
But I couldn't sell it for shit.
Yeah, because they're common.
So finally, I think I just vendor sold it.
Yeah, they're really cheap on the market board. It's harder to get it actually crafted, but yeah, so. As a random note, quality of life stuff in this game is actually really good for later on, as far as like making earlier things easier. So at level 80, they gave all crafting classes at level 80 the ability to make anything that is 10 levels or lower than you high quality with one button. It maxes out the quality of it. So it's like, okay, I can make anything low level high quality without any extra effort. So anything, like I said, crafting wise you guys want, it's not a problem.
Because he's the primary crafter. I'm leveling mine up, but...
No, I'm the no-life Omni crafter that has everything up to 90.
Yes. But, you know, through the crafting and stuff, if you do some of it yourself, you get some seals and whatnot that actually have orchestrion rolls that I don't think can be sold. Can they? I don't know. Maybe some of the stuff in the Moogle lottery, but that's not until Heavensward. Yeah, he's got everything to 90.
Yeah. Don't blame me there. The best way to level crafting is just whatever you're on, do your Grand Company hand-ins for the crafted items they request, especially the starred ones, and you'll get there. I mean, you'll level like level 1 or 2 levels every time you hand it in, and just do that.
Yeah, alchemy is needed for the orchestrion rolls, but
yes. Yeah, because you need the blank the paper material, basically.
I will say the alchemy job quest is interesting, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, that was worth working on alchemy, because I had leatherworker and alchemy.
Armor smithing is by far the best. Well, so it depends on the level, right? A Realm Reborn, armor smithing, I think, is the best. I'm sorry, when Merle just... You get to find out her character real quick.
Which I kind of forgot. Hold on a second. I'm gonna mute. Yeah. I know, and all the extra potions are like everything kind of gives you extra potions though. But eventually, you know, if you're working on like healer or something, the ether potions aren't too bad and whatnot. But
you'll in practice, if you're good at your job, you're never going to use a healing or a mana potion because your self-sustain for mana is fine. The only times you really use potions are in things like deep dungeons. So if you're not really doing that content, there's not a whole lot of point to it. So yeah, I mean,
Oh.
Yeah. So you're really low level tincture kind of stuff. Tinctures of the mind and those of course go up in grade until you get, you know, plus 200s kind of things, but it's none of them are super practical. Like maybe in the highest level rating content.
The only time you really need them is for when you're crafting something.
Exactly. And so
or if you need to turn it in.
Yeah, so what you really want is to finding the ones that are used in other crafts. So like high level, like say a scholar book may very well require one of those, like a mind buffing
Tincture
potion.
of the mind, or...
But otherwise, yeah, it's like alchemy is good for you create, like natron is really good. Any like glues are really good. But it's all stuff that feeds other classes.
Yeah, because that's the thing, is there are some stuff that requires you to have all the other crafting.
And alchemy is the hardest desynthesis to level up. Holy crap.
I don't think I've tried. So like what? Just desynthesizing the potions, or like the grimoires?
Astrologian weapons, scholar weapons, summoner weapons.
Oh.
Yeah, they're not shit.
So maybe I should start doing that instead of turning them in.
Actually, I should look to see. I don't even know if you can do synth potions. I need to look into that. If so, then I'll do that one.
But yes, I did the alchemy quest is interesting, and it does kind of give some backstory into, I don't know if you've met her yet, but Minfilia's mother.
That's that version of it is the Stormblood version?
Maybe. I don't remember. I know it's towards the end.
Yeah. There's, cause
which is funny because it brings you back to Ul'dah.
Right. Well, because there's 3 arcs, right? You have your A Realm Reborn arc, the Heavensward arc.
Because the job quests end at 70.
Right.
And then you have like
Shadowbringers
custom deliveries.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Those are great. But so Shadowbringers and on, everything's based upon role quests. So crafting gets lumped together also. So like alchemy and culinarian are one grouping. Armor smith, blacksmith, and goldsmith might be another grouping. Things like that.
Another thing we might be able to help with the, as far as if you decide to do any of the Beast Tribe quests, like the Ixali for Realm Reborn are crafters. So they give you special crafting gloves that are level 1, but you can only craft stuff for them with those gloves on.
Yeah, but they also give crafting experience. So again, it's another way to level up a particularly painful crafting class.
He said, but it, Theron Zala was meaning like where you find out more about Minfilia's mother, or was that what you were meaning, or meaning where you meet her? Where I was talking, learn more about her, or where you meet her? When you said Stormblood.
Oh, no, I was saying, when does that story arc occur?
Okay, so yes, the story arc is about Stormblood, but...
Yeah, so in other words, it's level 60 through 70.
Yeah.
For that story arc.
For that particular arc of the story. But you find out there's so many people connected to it, too. And it's like, holy crap.
The dancer role quest is connected to Midfilia's mom, too.
Yeah, which I haven't finished. But, like, and that's another thing that Square did so well, or Yoshi P, is how interconnected so much stuff is. And it's like, holy crap. Okay, so I did... Okay. Beagle's Nature Records, Part 3. In the east sprawls a barren desert wasteland known as the Hyzantian Sands, home of the Source. A tributary of the Noiselia River runs through the area, but its waters are no match for the desert's soaring temperature and harsh sunlight. At night, however, temperatures sink below freezing. Aside from Hyzant's capital, developed around the source and the western part of the sands, the area is entirely unsuitable for living. Several small oases dot the depths of the sands, and herds of wild horses gather around these watering holes. They are robust creatures, having lived in the desert's harsh conditions, which makes them a perfect fit for any army's cavalry. Nations are willing to pay a high price for these horses. The famed Hyzantian cavalry's horses were also taken from the sands. Many attempts have been made to reach the ends of the sands over the course of time, but none have succeeded. Although countless people enter the desert in search of adventure or riches, few return. Delving into the Hyzantian sands is not a matter to be taken lightly. One must be willing to risk their very life when stepping foot into the wilderness. God, that sounds like Final Fantasy. Hey, can you risk your life to do this and go into this dungeon? What's up? I'm like getting out of breath from the reading and the meeping. He's looking at the gay bull glance right now. Is that huh? Did I say it right?
Yeah.
Okay. The history of Aesfrost. The origins of the Grand Duchy of Aesfrost are complex. I lost my precious heirloom. Can you get it for me? It's just behind that eternal dragon in this massive volcano dungeon. Yeah. The nation's founders were of House Aesfrost, a family of nobles related to a previous generation of Glenbrook's royal line. At that time, a clan from the northern mountains repeatedly invaded the kingdom and caused great damage. House Aesfrost then led a company of vassals and mercenaries into the mountains and defeated the clan's chief. In recognition of their valor, the king granted the Aesfrost dukedom and rulership of their conquered territory, which came to be known as the Grand Duchy of Aesfrost. House Aesfrost encouraged the mountain folk under their jurisdiction to turn their ironworking skills into an industry, thus strengthening their move toward independence. When the crown transferred to the current family line, Aesfrost made its break from the kingdom and established itself as its own nation. Their military might is still alive and well in the Black Irons, who wield the latest iron arms, and the mountain folk raised in the harsh northern environs ardently support the simple and stable rule of House Aesfrost. I have a lot of stuff I haven't read, because I keep forgetting about it. And we bought some more, too. The source is said to be holy ground in Hyzant, and a place where the Roselle atone for the sins of their ancestors. It is also the origin of the realm's salt, but its limited access makes it nearly impossible for anyone to see what truly goes on inside. However, during the midst of the Salt Iron War, the Roselle rebelled against the Holy State and escaped, leaving behind a scar upon the goddess's statue, or so the story goes. Hyzante has never made an official statement regarding the incident. Even so, investigations have shown that a group of Roselle were spotted near the citadel of the Sands and the Wolfort domain at that time. It is also an open secret that a Rosellian village stands deep within the current Wolfort domain. Around the same time, Lady Orleia was also welcomed to Ironstone as a concubine of the previous Archduke Sigmund. The Archduke never revealed Lady Orleia's origins, much to the disappointment of his chief vassals, but the occurrence of these incidents is much too great a coincidence to ignore. But those are the problems of the past. Not really, because they're still pretty active. What is important is the fact that the Roselle at the source possessed the power to shake Hyzante. If we were able to harness that power, our nation would be in a most favorable position. I hate that I'm so out of breath. We were just doing all this talking, but I guess Theron Zala was doing more talking than me, though. The Saintly Seven, headed by the Hierophant, are the leaders of Hyzante. They are responsible for aiding the Hierophant, Oracle of the Goddess, and guiding the Holy State's faithful. In addition, each saint is responsible for an important division and acts as a minister in other nations. However, all are equal in the eyes of the goddess, including the Saintly Seven. It is therefore strictly forbidden for anyone to pursue their own personal interests. The saints who serve the Hierophant are as follows: Sorsley End, Minister of Salt, Overseer of the Source. No more. Sucker's dead. Exarm Marshal, Minister of Arms, Master of Military Matters. Camzel Farrant, Minister of Domestic Affairs, Protector of Public Order. Edor Delmira, Minister of Religion. Lila Viscraft, Minister of Medicine. And Tenebrous Mistel, Vice Minister of Religion, Keeper of the Goddess's History. The Might of the Goddess. The history of Noiselia is also the history of the goddess's teachings. The goddess punished the Roselle who attempted to claim the realm's salt as their own, and bestowed the source upon her faithful. The goddess's scriptures are the oldest of Noiselia's written records, and her teachings are the oldest religion in the land. The history of her followers predates that of all nations, with the source and the power of salt at their backs. Her faithful built a nation headed by a Hierophant that unified church and state. The nation came to be known as the Holy State of Hyzante. According to the scriptures, Hyzante is the oldest of the three nations. Though it is unknown when the giant statue of the goddess at the source was built, her believers assert it is the goddess descended upon this earth. Her words are being spoken through the Hierophant, who in turn brings equality to her faithful. The fact that such a peculiar nation owns the source and has held such tremendous influence since antiquity is both a mystery and distinction of Noiselian history. While some books assert that Glenbrook is the oldest of the three nations, those records were written after the goddess's scriptures. This has led some to believe that they are more fabrication than fact. Although there is no doubt as to when the scriptures were written, their level of literary completeness suggests that other records should have existed at the time. Since no such records remain, however, it is hypothesized that a large-scale book burning may have occurred. Most likely. Those suckers like to hide their shit. Noiselia River Ships. The Noiselia River, which runs through the three nations, is an integral part of the realm's trade and military affairs. In the Kingdom of Glenbrook, built upon the riverbank Boats are a popular mode of transportation, and cargo ships are a frequent sight. The holy state of Hyzant also has many large shipping vessels for their prospering salt trade. While it is possible to go upstream with paddles and sails, it is not uncommon to see people or horses towing a boat from the shore in the rapids. And Aspfrost ships are necessary not only for cargo, but their military as well. Their warships are clad in iron armor and are skilled at navigating even the river rapids. Their naval fleet and black irons strike fear into the hearts of any who dare stand against them.
Does Paramesis want me to just send him the axe with the 2 Savage Aim material? 2 Savage Aim 3s?
We'll just say it out loud.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to just send you the, what was it, Champion Spear with the 2 materia melded to it?
Because he's pretty much got it crafted. He can either mail it to you, or...
Champion's Lance.
Huh?
Yeah, sorry, Champion's Lance.
Or,
Yeah, I looked up the quest to make sure I had the right one.
It's like, or it could be put in the company chest, but, you know, he can just mail it.
Yep.
So. And it's officially sent.
Yep. So,
he thinks he needs some materia with it as well, but he can't remember.
So I already melded the 2 Savage Aim 3s that it asked for.
So they're already on there.
Yep.
Winds of Norzelia. He said, sweet, thanks. There are 2 large wind systems constantly blowing across Norzelia. The cold wind, blowing from north to south, is known as the mountain wind. The warmer wind that blows from east to west is the desert wind. These 2 winds collide above the plains, creating clouds and bringing about rainfall. The breeze generated by this collision also helps ships traveling upstream. Birds instinctively use this wind when in flight. Messenger birds, in particular, take advantage of the gusts to travel long distances quickly. When great hawks have riders upon their backs, they utilize the strong winds to ascend and glide. Skilled hawkers and hawk riders can read the winds and use them to travel further faster. The people of Norzelia. People are a product of their environment. For example, citizens of Glenbrook are calm and mild-mannered, much like their mild surroundings. Those living in the crown city that bustles with trade, however, are calculating and easily influenced by others. The people are also characterized by their emphasis on custom and tradition, which can be expected from such a long-standing nation. Those living in the Wolfort domain are simple and sincere, perhaps influenced by their lords. Aspfrosti citizens, on the other hand, are characterized by their proud and independent personalities. The duchy is home to many ambitious and inquisitive artisans. Some might say they can come off as self-righteous. Excuse me. The Hyzantian subjects... Huh?
Holy crap.
What?
Just getting the latest extreme trial unlock.
Mm-hmm.
The conversation is extremely philosophical.
Oh yeah, I think.
Did you unlock it already?
Yeah.
You should pay attention to what they're saying.
Not entirely. Hold on.
Do not lose sleep over it.
Oh.
We know you're actually Yoshi P.
Yeah, it's my tick. And I can't help it. I've had it for years now. And I hate it half the time. Sometimes it can be funny, but...
It's always funny.
Theron Zayla says it's always funny. But he has conversations with it, so... It's like you should get it on video. When one of my friends had gotten a dog, at first she was kind of like, she thought I was a squeak toy or something. And she eventually got used to it because I was around her almost daily, which he decided he couldn't take care of her and gave her up, which I understand, you know. But she had gotten used to it pretty quick. Oh my god. Now my body's like, challenge accepted.
Well, that one was just pitiful.
I know.
Remember, you're trying to learn self-control, right?
Yeah.
It's like you can't mute me. I'll go for longer.
Yeah, right? It's quieter, but it's longer. So one time I hugged you and you were trying to keep it from...
I know. I was trying to... There was one time Theron Zayla gave me a hug, and I wanted, you know, I needed a bear hug, basically, so some nice squeezing, but I felt a meep coming on, so because my mouth was right at his ear, I was trying to minimize how loud it was, and I ended up sounding like I was deflating. It was like, meep! The Hyzantian subjects are pious and honest. Followers of the goddess, they offer their thanks to her every day for her blessing of equality. Ordinary persons such as myself tend to feel ashamed in comparison. Oh, excuse me. Finally, we have the Roselle, marked by their rose-colored hair. Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, I have never had the pleasure of meeting a Rosellian in person, though I doubt I ever will find one outside the source. The goddess's teachings portray them as sinners who attempted to monopolize salt in ancient times, but could that really be true?
I always get the impression that salt in this game is basically spice from Doom. Salt, salt, salt. It's all about the salt.
Did I never look at that? Roland's wanted poster. By order of the Archduke I. Gustave Asfrost, Archduke of the Grand Duchy of Asfrost, hereby order the arrest of His Royal Highness Prince Roland of the Kingdom of Glenbrook. The prince is 20 years of age, gold of hair, and blue of eye. He has in his possession a ring bearing the insignia of the royal family. Whomsoever captures the prince and delivers him to duchy officials unharmed will be rewarded with a sum of $100,000. I guess I'll just call it. The state of the Grand Norzalian Mines. The Grand Norzalian Mines were meant to be a symbol of peace between the three nations of the realm. A grand ceremony was held to commemorate the occasion, and everyone anticipated a new era of peace coming to the land. However, the people's expectations were betrayed when Asfrost invaded Glenbrook. I just said invaded, didn't I?
Invaded Glen.
Let's pull the good, the bad, and the ugly by turning him in, collecting the reward, then breaking him back out. Yeah, there you go. Off with his head. They offed his father's head. Though the Grand Duchy claims that the Kingdom of Glenbrook attempted to take the mines for themselves, the mines are currently occupied by Aspfrost, and the truth remains in the dark. I risk my very life to ascertain the current state of the mines for myself. I am telling you, I think there's salt in those mines. And that's why Aspfrost was like... Because at first they were like, I've had those plans in the work for a while. And I had an opportunity to jump sooner than intended. I'm betting because Frederica's cousin, I'm totally blanking on his name right now, Dragon, found something. He was head of the mines and he found something. And so he tried to blackmail Gustadov by either giving him the prime minister position or he'd tell Glenbrook about it, and then they moved in. So I'm fairly certain it's salt. There's a point where you come across some pink salt that Frederica's mother had left with the Roselle village and said there's more of it out there, and that could basically change the outcome of the world, essentially, especially with Hyzant. So, and which is probably part of why Hyzant is working so hard to keep the Roselle in line, because they know about more salt. So it's like...
They're salty over salt? What?
Yes, they are salty over salt. Pink salt, at that.
Dad. Allowed to have dad jokes. Oh yeah, we got hatching cards going on.
Oh yeah.
Decorations.
I gotta do the Easter quest. But yes, I'm fairly certain they found salt. Or maybe even the pink salt.
We must control the spice. What?
Yeah, right? Okay. The Grand Noiselian mines are kept under strict watch by the Aspfrosti army, making it difficult to even approach. I ventured as close as I possibly could and confirmed that the mines are indeed under operation. Numerous large carts come and go from the mines and take the mountain path towards the Grand Duchy. The carts are all covered, but I surmise they are filled with excavated iron. I tried to get closer, but it was unfortunately seen by Aspfrosti soldiers, who loosed arrows at me without warning. Thankfully, I managed to escape with merely a scratch, and quickly withdrew, fearing for my life. I'm telling you, it's fucking salt. In the end, I could not discern the truth of what was happening at the Grand Noiselian mines, but I can confirm that the mines are in operation, and an odd air of tension blankets the place. But just what does this mean? Okay, I don't care. I am going to spoil myself because I need to fucking know. I won't say anything else. Well, maybe. You won't be able to... Yes. Awesome. Because, yeah, it's like the pink rock. A strange pink rock discovered in the Rosalian village. It was concealed. So it's basically pink salt. And then you're told... It's basically deduction. I knew it from the get-go. I didn't know it was pink salt until here. But yes. It's like, basically, you knew. The minute Drogon was like, ooh. And Aspharos is like, oh, we gotta kill him. And we gotta silence everybody. And et cetera, et cetera. And, yeah. You know. I don't think that's a spoiler, honestly. Occupied Crown City. Scouts bring back word that the Duchy has split its large forces between the Crown City and Whiteholm Castle, with the General of Laura in charge of holding the latter. Taking the city in a head-on assault would be nigh impossible. I thought I read that. I don't know. People of the Crown City. According to the people who live in the Crown City, anyone can now freely engage in trade without first seeking a writ from the royal family. Life under the Duchy's rule, they say, isn't all that bad. In fact, it seems to have improved in some ways. I may have read it and then, like, restarted and didn't reread it. But I don't remember. So. Okay. Elfric blast crystals. Yes, this I know I read. Though capable of producing powerful explosions, Elfric blast crystals are still under development and thus exceedingly difficult to deploy with any degree of precision. Preventing unanticipated damage requires careful thought of where to position it. Milo's destination. Milo, who stayed behind in Glenbrook, seems to have an interest in Serenoa. If he goes back to the Wolfort domain, perhaps she will accompany him. Family banditry. Recently, a gang of bandits, their numbers greater than even the Wolfort soldiers can manage, have been spotted near the Rosalian village. Apparently, they are led by a certain father and daughter duo. Okay, so I'm kind of torn. It's like I want to go protect the Roselle because it's kind of my duty. They're in our domain. I want to kind of put Patriarch in his place. Which is the corrupt royalist. But I also want to see Daddy, essentially. And one is the golden route. And if I choose one of the other two, I can't. And that's kind of, it also depends, storyline wise, you know, but it's like, do I... Hello, Nigel. Do I take Milo? Do I take Cordelia? Which I guess she has awesome healing spells, but some of them require a sacrifice. Okay, let me move my phone's here. Put you... I gotta clean my desk area. But honestly, whose desk doesn't get a mess? Except for left-brained people. I was like, my desk is a mess and I need to clean it, but I was like, honestly, whose desk doesn't get a mess except for maybe left-brained people? Let's face it, yours is only a mess because of me. Oh, well, Nigel decided not to come over anyway. But, just in case, there's a great comedy skit. Her name is Jeannie, I'm blanking on her last name. But she's an older comedian. And she talks about how she calls her hubby left brain. Because he's very left-brained oriented. And she was like, in the South, when anyone who has passed or is sick, then they bring something over. And she was like, what I do is I bring these mini 7-Up pound cakes because a big one's just too big and I freeze them. And so if I'm out of town or something and someone's sick, left brain brings it over. Well, the friend was sick. She goes to get one. There's none there. And he's like, yes, Jeannie Robertson. Thank you. And he's like, oh, I've been bringing a ton of them. And a lot of people have been sick. And she goes, I need you to go to the store for me. And he's like, I'm trying to get to badminton. And she's like, I'll make you a deal. Or actually, he was like, and if you can make it to where I can go through the express lane, I'll go to the store before I go to badminton. So she wrote out a list, and he left, and she's like, he is taking too long. He's gone on to badminton, I know it. Well, he comes home, and he starts bringing up stuff up the stairs. So it was like she needed vanilla, sugar, eggs, flour, 7-Up, and that may have been it. But so for the first time in her life, she numbered her list. So 1 was the vanilla, right? A big jar of vanilla. 2 was the eggs, so we got like 2 dozen eggs. 3 was the flour, wasn't it? So he brought because he kept having to make trips. So it was like the 3 bags of flour. And then 4 was the sugar. Or 5, one of the, and then the last thing was she likes the 6-packs of the Sprite because the 2 liters go flat, so she likes the small bottles. And he had like 6 or 7 of those, and he's like, obviously, and she had found her list and she was looking at it and realized what happened. His left brain basically kicked in on him, as she says, and he goes, obviously. They didn't let me through the express lane. And he goes, and I realized at the checkout what I had done, but by then she was scanning the Sprite. And so she goes in later, and the clerk was like, you know what, I think I checked out your husband the other day. And she tells me, whenever someone's sick or has passed, and they both do that, I bring 7-Up pound cakes. And the woman goes, is there an epidemic? Which, now, there is, but this was years ago. Let's see. What's up, Nigel?
He put the loaf of bread in curtain. That's funny. It's got shit I ended up doing too.
Yeah, he said the milk is his favorite. He just said that he'd end up doing that. But the thing is that, like, it actually happened. So she was just telling a story of what actually happened. Game stuff. I need... Okay. So... I think I'm gonna return to Wolfort for now. Okay. The Crown City is finally back in Glenbrook's hands, but our work is far from over.
Listen, lad.
Where do you think we should go from here, lad? I wish to return home and tell father of our victory. I should have seen that one coming, so why, Wolfort, eh? If both Roland and I investigate, we are bound to draw people's attentions, the Royalist included. My father has just regained consciousness. Don't you wish to see him too, Eridor? Yeah, I can see why the first option. Can't deny that. You two won't be doing any sneaking together, that's for sure. And if you aren't careful, you might make yourselves a few more enemies in the process. Might be best to leave this in King Roland's hands for now. The only question is whether the boy can resolve this on his own or not.
Further.
To be honest, I think going back to Wolfort is what's best for us right now. Benedict is going regardless. As the steward of House Wolfort, it is my duty to let Lord Seaman know what happened while he was ill. Benedict already has a chosen path. If the rumors of bandits are true, then Jerome and the others might be in danger. I must go to the village and see how my people are faring. Frederica already has a chosen path.
Ah, yes?
Things are slowly settling down in the capital. Right now would be the perfect time to pay the Rosalian village a visit. The rumors of bandits are clearly troubling her. Perhaps you could help put her mind at ease. I don't know if she'll end up coming with me or not. Basically, I'm just going to worry about convincing Anna and Eridor. We may have freed the capital from Asphrost's clutches, but there's still so much work to be done. As a member of the Kingsguard, I wish to stay here and help unify the Crown City. Well, I want you to stay. I will remain here in the capital, but you needn't worry about me. You must decide where you need to befriend. It's like... I wish we could kind of split up, but I don't know. You know, basically I take Anna and Eridor with me because I would have Milo, whereas Gila and Frederica could go to the village, and then... I think I talked to everybody. Talk to you two, talk to you two, talk to you two. Okay.
Lord Saranoa.
We finally managed to rout the Asfrosti forces from the capital. But it seems our busy days are not over yet. Now we must decide which issue requires our attention most. You would have us return to Wolfort, my lord. My father has finally opened his eyes again. I would see his condition for myself. Now is the time for Roland to show his people what he is capable of. We would be naught but a hindrance. If we go to Wolfort, Milo is likely to follow. It would be best for us to keep an eye on her.
Certainly.
Oh, cool. That's lucky. Midnight's name wasn't taken for Final Fantasy. Theranzela is on right now, but I don't think you can... I like Zane or Atreus, but went with Ain Frame. Like, he's on right now, but I don't think you can add friends until after you're a little bit... Oh, Zane Frame. Okay.
I think as long as you're paying, you can add friends at the beginning.
Right, but he's got to get through some of the quests, doesn't he? Like, or not, well, at least some of the cutscenes.
Yeah, the cutscenes. But once he actually gets control of his character.
Yeah. After reclaiming the capital, House Wolfert gained more acclaim than even the Holy State had anticipated. There is a chance Milo has been given orders by Hyzant to investigate the Wolfert domain. We mustn't leave her to her own devices. It would be wise to keep a close eye on her. I understand your concerns for our home, and yet... Okay. The Ra came in after Realm Reborn, right?
Aura?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're Heavensward.
Yeah, they're Heavensward. Technically, there's 2 other classes, but you can't get them until Shadowbringers, right?
You mean races?
Yeah. Races.
Yeah. Well, unless until you own Shadowbringers.
Okay.
You do them at the very beginning, obviously.
Right.
Your own expansion. Yes, Viera and Hrothgar are Shadowbringers. The Varl.
Yes, Vera is the bunny race. So here's... Let me turn off my camera. Come on. Maybe.
We're still not sure if the hair was an April Fool's or not.
Although the one's kind of hard to see. Maybe I can move it down a bit. Oh, oop. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, maybe. No. Nope. It still doesn't completely move. I have no idea. But yes, that's he said kind of looks like they took a page from WoW on that race with the Alliance weremonkeys.
Yeah, they're actually inspired by Final Fantasy X.
Where did that go? That's the heart rate. I don't need that. I messed something up. Said, oh yeah, lose friend?
Yeah, the Ronzo, Kimari, and all that.
Ah, yes. Okay. I'm trying to figure out. Where am I damn? Stuff's gonna be moving around because I'm trying to figure out where the hell my stuff went.
Oh boy.
My latest follower and my latest subscriber disappeared. Oh my Lanta.
Did you close the whole live overlay?
No. What one are you? You're my sound alerts. Which, my sound alerts. We're in the, but we'll put you there. My latest follower. Basically, when I moved my camera back up, it pushed it or something. You're the webcam capture. You're my webcam. My latest subscriber isn't even. I have no idea. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. I will have to see if I can figure that out later. Yeah. So I'll have to see if I can figure that out after. Yeah, I did see that. That's why I'm like, where the hell? But I'm like, every time I try to click up there, nothing. So I don't know. Which my webcam's not in my border. I need the webcam. I guess I can move you there a little more, but huh? Yeah.
We got resized to the wrong side.
Apparently.
It make people sick. Stop.
Sick of looking at me. What?
I will do it right on stream. I don't care.
Oh my god. Okay. This is a nightmare. Okay, that's a little better. I just got flicked for insulting myself. Okay, that'll have to do. Okay. Oh my goodness. Now Jason plays as an Aura. Okay. And then obviously, Midnights, you know what the Vera look like. So, with those two classes became available once you own Stormblood. Which, actually, with Endwalker, they added the male Vera. So, you can actually have a male bunny if you want.
It is time to cast our votes. We have 3 options before us. Return to the Wolf, depart to the Rosellan village, or stay in the capital. Approach the scales of conviction with your token at the ready.
I think you will, but A Realm Reborn is a little hard to gauge itself story-wise. So I want you to kind of, I guess, maybe get to the end of A Realm Reborn and see if it intrigues you enough. To give it a shot. And you know, kind of like evaluate gameplay and things like that versus the story element.
Again, we don't know what the story element's actually like now.
Right.
But basically, the meme and kind of the truth seems to be either you burn out in A Realm Reborn, including the patches, or you become a walking poster for Final Fantasy XIV. It's kind of...
And I came fairly close to burning out with A Realm Reborn.
Oh, yeah.
But I did push because I had his help to where, like, he could do some of the quests and I watch. You know, I get the story aspect while he does the work. But... After much deliberation, I decided to let your convictions lead us.
You won me over.
I've got no good reason to disagree with you, lad. You have my vote. I just wish we could kind of split up more, but it wouldn't work battle-wise, I'm sure.
Scales of conviction will illuminate the path we've chosen.
Which kind of sucks.
The way forward is decided. We return to the Wolfort domain with Benedict, and inform Father that we have reclaimed the capital.
Yeah. It's like, I really wish we could kind of separate everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Let Huette stay with Roland, and because she would work as a spy to help Roland, and send Gila with Frederica, and so... Whereas everybody else would come with me.
I must return to Wolfort domain, to my father's side.
Lord Simon will be most pleased to see you, I am certain.
Of course. Fulfill your duty to your father. I shall see to things in the capital.
And I shall attend to the Rosellan village. Leave Lord Sine my best. Oh, Lord Serenoa, you are returning home? What perfect timing. I was thinking of heading to the Wolfort domain myself. Might I accompany you?
Milo, how'd you sneak into the castle?
Oh, let's just say I have my ways.
Exactly.
You might find the companionship of such a capable woman a boon all around.
I know not what her aims are, my lord, but I do know she will be easier to watch by your side.
Yeah.
Indeed. All right, Milo, you may come. But you will be put to work for the household. Understood?
Of course, my lord.
Then this is farewell for now.
my fire mage. Roland, I don't care about. I have Sir Maxwell now. Save your game. Yes. I'm not saving over that one.
Potassium.
Oh, wow. I spent a lot of time farting around because of all the talking. 68-48 there.
With the capital once more under their control, the members of House Wolffort dispersed to the various corners of the domain.
Be like a cat. Meow. Meow. Anyway.
Roland, for his part, works to rid the Crown City of its political enemies. Frederica repairs to the Rosellan village. Serenoa, Benedict, and the others, meanwhile, make a triumphant return to Castle Wolffort, where Lord Simon eagerly awaits their arrival.
Alright. It's giving me a little bit of a headache. When our paths part.
Hark! The young rulers have returned.
You're back! You're back! You made it!
Show some respect, lad. They've driven Esros from our lands and brought the kingdom back from the brink. And one of them is no less than one of Hyzan's saintly 7.
Dare I say, she's been greater than Lord Simon in the Saltire War.
I don't know about that, but that was all political shit.
Enough to think I've done it myself.
You wouldn't even have the guts. You'd be like, alright, I just surrender. Just let me live my little peaceful, quaint life. And you can do what you want. He was like, no, we're not gonna surrender. Fuck it. Fucking take credit. I know that's not necessarily what he's saying, but it's what it feels like. Oh. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Mr. Lord. King, I didn't mean it.
You've done nothing wrong. Address me as you please.
I love Serenoa. I need to get back to Shining Resonance, but comparing Yuma to Serenoa, it's like, yeah, Yuma steps up as needed, but he's just always so scared.
Oh, he gets better.
I thank you one and all for your efforts in seeing us through to victory.
You are too gracious, my lord.
As is the Hierophant, who saw fit to bless us with a boatload of salt. And all thanks to you, Lord Serenoa.
A Hierophant, you say?
Wow, that's amazing.
Isn't it just? Oh, is the nation that besmirches House Wolffort's honor now.
Yeah. That's some manipulative shit going on.
I reckon not even the king himself would speak ill of us now.
Course not. It was this lad what made that mask-wearing coward of a prince the king.
What the fuck?
All hail House Wolffort.
All hail Mr. Lord.
Serenoa
got the might to defend him. He's earned their trust.
And so he may as well be king. I must say I do appreciate a powerful man.
Back off, lady.
Perhaps I should cast my lot in with the future rather than the past.
The cowardly prince they refer to is King Roland, no doubt.
Familiarity breeds contempt.
I pray that's all it is. Hyzan's overtures are most bold. They mean to lure us in.
The bastards. I was sitting here thinking, oh, you better get to bed, but it's Friday. Yesterday I thought it was Friday. Though the saintly seven praise House Wolfert for their glorious victory, they know they must be ever vigilant. Yes.
Once proud Esfrost has been laid low, and Prince Roland installed as King of Glenbrook. Perhaps now they understand how powerful we are.
There is yet more good news. We have coaxed enough power from the Elfrid to power the automaton.
Oh, have the spoils of war ever been so great?
A question House Wolfort no doubt asks themselves. Are you not troubled by their gains? The people of Glenbrook rally around their newly returned hero as we speak. I fear we have unwittingly created an enemy to rival Esfrost, or worse.
Which is precisely why I have sent Milo to watch their every move. We shall be informed of any plots against us in due course.
And you are content to trust this, Milo?
What does it matter if I trust her? The goddess shall render final judgment to any and all traitors.
Yeah, but they know not to trust her.
Be they spies, or one of the saintly seven.
Indeed. May we never live to witness such a tragedy.
Fucking scheming bastards. But that's the role of politics. Not that I claim to understand politics. I don't. But that much. Twinsgate. Svarg receives a summons from Gustadolf. However, he gonna die. That was Dragon's father. I don't think I'm ever saying his name right, but...
Lord Svarog, you've been summoned to the capital
Svarog.
in regard to the death knell.
I won't remember that, but...
How long do you intend to defy the Archduke's orders?
I've no time for his trifling inquiries, now that Glenbrook has been wrested from our hold. I feel an assault on the duchy is imminent. We must fortify Twinsgate.
Will you take care of that, Paramnesis?
Such an order would be mine to give, not yours.
Hi, Nagi. Thank you.
Be gone. I was a fool to think you could protect the duchy's lands.
The Archduke shall render his judgment.
Damn his judgment and everything in his wrongs. Leave that fool Phallus in charge of Glenbrook brings this upon us.
I shall pass your words on to him then.
See that you do, messenger boy. And let him know that if he wishes for me to follow his orders, he will speak the truth and nothing but.
What's up, Nigibot? What's up? Did we ever feed them dinner? Huh?
I don't think so. Probably while they're roaming around.
You know what? I may have fed them at 5 o'clock, but they didn't have a lunch or snack.
Oh, their bowls are in.
Yeah, I remember now. I think I fed them at like 5 something, but still. They're obviously hoping for food. With the way they ran over. Serenoa returns triumphant to Wolffort and makes for his father's chambers to see him at once. At once!
Oh, what have you been doing?
Yeah.
How fares my father?
Okay. By the way, Midnights, if you'd like to check out someone else, like if I'm not on, he's on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. He's in Texas, so he starts at like 10 or so. His name is Cobras. And he is absolutely hilarious. I love him to death. Actually, I pulled up his stream on my other page because I try to lurk on at least a page. He's absolutely hilarious. He had a subathon for his 4-year anniversary a couple of weeks ago. And yes, thank you, Paramnesis. And everybody just kept adding minutes as it was getting closer to, and then one of his mods made these boxes of stuff she ordered for him to open, and like one of them was like peanut butter and jelly soda, another one was ranch soda, and then the third one was buffalo chicken wing, I think. And then he got Moroccan. Well, he got Bean Boozled with the peanut butter and jelly for the first box, and then the ranch with the Moroccan octopus jerky. And he used to have a partner that he co-streamed with named Wombat, and actually Wombat's been kind of popping up because he popped up for the streamiversary, but he's absolutely hilarious. And then so it was ranch soda and the Moroccan octopus jerky, teriyaki, Moroccan teriyaki octopus jerky, and then the third one was pickle cotton candy, the buffalo chicken wing soda. I think there was one more item, wasn't there? But I can't remember. But he's fantastic.
He is most lucid, my lord, though asleep at the moment. I fear the malady has sapped much of his strength.
I see.
It's not all doom and gloom, though. Word of your recent exploits lifted his spirits considerably. He cannot wait to hold a feast and praise you before the entire house.
Ha! May he forget he said that upon waking.
You should accept the honor with grace, my lord. He is your father, after all.
I would gladly accept, of course. Even hearing secondhand that he takes pride in my efforts threatens to swell my head.
That evening.
The young lord has reclaimed Glenbrook, Lady Destra. He fought as valiantly as Simon or Regna. Would you were here to witness it.
Nonsense. You are the reason I stand here today, and I would tell Mother that myself. And I bid you stay.
How very gracious of you.
At the beginning of the game, he was standing there with Daddy. So,
I owe much to
Benedict was anyway.
Simone and Lady Destra. They filled my life with purpose. They left you in my charge. But you have already demonstrated your power for all the realm to see. You now walk on your own 2 feet. I have no doubt you can lead Norzelia into a glorious new era of peace and prosperity with King Roland by your side.
Speak frankly, Benedict. What is it you wish to say?
I want to leave.
I have done all I can for you, Lord Serenoa. I will resign following the evening's festivities. Anna shall take my place if it pleases you.
No.
You would leave me unmoored at a time like this?
I know the time is not ideal, but your father is not long for this world. I would repay my debt to him by caring for him in his final days. After that, I shall stand watch over their eternal resting place and regale them with tales of your great deeds.
I see there shall be no swaying you. My gratitude for you flows like the mighty Norzelia River. Even so, I would ask for a moment more to make up my mind.
Understood, my lord. Then let us return to the castle and prepare for the evening's feast.
The man wants to retire. But he can't retire. He steps in at the best of times.
He lets me move 2 turns at once.
Yeah.
He can't retire.
Banquet is held to celebrate Serenoa's recent victory, and one of the guests is eager to speak with him. I can't stay up too late, because I do have flower deliveries tomorrow.
This is quite the gathering.
Each and every one of them eager to get to know you better to advance their own ends. Be on your guard.
I shouldn't think that would be necessary. Father has gathered those he trusts most to lend me their aid. For that, I am grateful.
Yeah, but everybody.
Whatever the case, we mustn't keep them waiting.
Everybody tries to.
I thank you kindly for the invitation, Lord Serenoa. Or shall I address you as Glenbrook's savior?
You needn't go that far. No.
I disagree. Your accomplishments speak for themselves. Power becomes you. It makes you alluring to people such as myself. Pray, let me accompany you for the evening and beyond.
I shall need a moment to consider your most gracious offer.
It's a thing of beauty when they grow up. Hey, Benedict?
It is, and yet it can leave one feeling strangely bereft.
Aye. Well, that's fatherhood for you.
As House Lord, I should go and greet our guests. shiny. I'm shiny. What? Ooh. Come in. You're twinkling like you're something, but I guess not. See, that's what I hate about this. You can't tell what's actually a shiny and just them sparkling in the... So I don't think there's anything there. Okay. Because I'm shiny. Anyway. You're not gonna talk to me, you asshole? Lord Seaman said he would be coming to tonight's banquet. He should be arriving any minute now. House Wolfert's devotion to the crown truly knows no bounds. It is an honor to be in your presence, my lord. I hope that Glenbrook can continue relying on both you and Minister Patriot in the years to come. Don't rely on Minister Patriot. He's a fucking backstabber. I didn't expect to see so many people here. It appears House Wolfert's deeds have been heard far and wide. Yeah, I don't trust Patriot at all. He's a fucking scammer. Of course, you wouldn't entirely know that if you didn't have Julio, but I heard about your battle at Whiteholm Castle, my lord. I should have expected no less of one of the Saintly Seven. I look forward to seeing what you can do for our great goddess. Ah, shove it. See, this is annoying. All that shiny for nothing. See, I hate that. I can't get up there. Oh, maybe. Okay. Yep, okay. For some reason, I didn't see that. Woohoo, money! Is there a kitty for me to talk to? Weird that I'm not seeing it as much now from a different angle. Oh, okay. Now I understand why I was seeing it. Whiteholm Castle was reclaimed thanks to you, Lord Wolfert. I doubt King Roland could have accomplished that on his own. Y'all are so nice. Oh, speaking of Sir Maxwell, I haven't even looked at his damn... See what level he is. $22. Okay. Triple thrust, run through, lance hurl, counter stance, 2 birds, 1 stone, and traverse, learned at level 27. We can live our lives in peace thanks to you, my lord. It's not over. Lord Serenoa, it is an honor to meet the revered savior of the kingdom. Rumors of your great deeds have reached even my ears. I take it your vassals are getting their well-deserved rest now? I was surprised to see how loved House Wolfert is by its people. Perhaps there will come a day when I address you as something greater than a lord. You keep indicating this king shit, but it ain't happening. I am still in awe that Minister Patriot would dare show his face around here. It is only a matter of time before King Roland exposes the royalist crimes in the capital. Exactly. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing here? To tell the truth, I'm a little worried about doing business in the Crown City. the nobles do nothing but quarrel and hold each other back, maybe in a bid to line their own pockets. I feel much safer working here in Wolfort. Yeah, that ain't no surprise. I am honored to serve a lord so beloved by his people. Once your father gets here, why not keep him company? I'm sure he'd be overjoyed to have you beside him. It's been some time since the castle felt so alive. I got so absorbed in the moment, I even forgot I was on duty. Okay, so there is no exiting. So there's 2 people to get some information from.
I can make the Eternal Wind of History.
What one's that from?
That's like Graha's theme.
Ah.
Crystal Tower.
Interesting. So which one am I at? I don't know if that'll... maybe it's 15A. Okay. 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 Alright. Word of Lord Seaman's recovery has lifted the people's spirits, were it that everyone were rejoicing. While people throughout the kingdom are singing your praises, there are others who despise your sudden rise to prominence. Now that we have reclaimed the crown city, what would you do next, my lord? I would give the people and soldiers a moment to rest. I'm still blocking a choice, but they have earned it, and I doubt another battle awaits us soon, which I feel is naive. I would prioritize the protection of the domain. Our fight is not yet over, which I would restore trade and commerce. They were likely thrown into disarray under the duchy's rule. Which that's a good option as well. So I'm kind of torn between 2 and 3. I think I want to go 2. I know the fight's not over. I am certain your father would be pleased to hear you say so. You are wise in your judgment, my lord. If I may, Benedict, how do you see the situation of the Crown City and battles ahead? It will take some time for order to be restored in the capital, but such is inevitable after what has befallen it. And as you said, our fight is not yet over. Someone will take action sooner than not. We must be vigilant and ever ready to respond. Fucking bastard. Good evening, Lord Wolfort, and my sincerest congratulations on your recent accomplishments. Thank you, Minister Patriarch, but I could not have achieved any of it without my vassals or soldiers. In any case, I am deeply honored that you would come to greet me personally, or perhaps there is something on your mind? Yeah, you know how much you fucking suck. Heard that you thrived even under the duchy's rule. I am curious as to where your alliance lies. How are things going in the Crown City? Please let me know if you face any shortage of supplies. Which, that one kind of plays on the... There is, but we can save it for another time. For now, please enjoy the banquet. I don't like that option. So do I play passive-aggressive? Well, actually, I think 1 and 2 were both passive-aggressive, honestly. But at the same time, I guess Serenoa technically wouldn't know. Or did they mention the lack of supplies? I just know Roland mentioned that the Royalists might be up to something. I don't know if he mentioned the supplies. I think I'm gonna call him out on his shit for the first one. Be up front. What do you think, babe?
It's your game.
I know, but
You didn't choose my option, so you do it yourself.
Huh?
You didn't choose the option I was going to do in the first place, so you do it yourself now. I heard that you thrive.
I'm not going with the third option. I was thinking going with the first option. Basically, 1 and 2 are passive-aggressive, but in my mind. Technically, he's a royalist of Glenbrook, but... So it's like, do I play coy, or do I just go straight for the throat?
Do I not face any shortage of supplies?
Yes. Basically, Hyzant sent a bunch of supplies. I can't remember if Roland kind of, like, goes into detail with Serenoa, but I know that Roland and Hewitt know what's going on as far as that. That Hyzant sent a bunch of supplies, but the people didn't get it. But the Royalists were in charge of distributing the supplies. So that's why I feel that's a passive-aggressive answer for the second one.
Or a trap, either way.
What are your guys' thoughts from this little bit there?
I would lean towards the second one.
The second one? You say first one? Why, thank you, my lord, but you needn't worry yourself. Our salt reserves were running dreadfully low after Asfrost halted trade with Hyzant, but with one of the Saintly Seven on our side, we can resume business with the Holy State. Leave the rest in our most capable hands. I don't trust you for fucking shit, dude. Because I know he's a fucking sleazebag. I don't like him more than I don't like Lionel.
Lionel has arrived.
Oh my god. I can't stand the dude. I guess in some ways, as much as I hate Patrat, maybe I do dislike Lionel a little bit more. Because I literally can't stand the fact that he talks in the third person. Or this one's just a sleazebag. Okay. I talked to everybody. Pretty sure I got all the items. Yeah. So I guess I will conclude my exploration. Now to wait for father.
Lord Simon lives.
Haven't
seen him in ages. He looks well. Thank the stars.
Let me take your hand.
I can manage on my own, my boy. I've not felt this good in some time. But I shall want you by my side the rest of the evening. And I may hear of your exploits in the foe.
Nothing would make me happier, Father.
I thank you all for gathering to celebrate with me House Wolforth's victories. Against all odds, my son and his stalwart allies have reclaimed the kingdom of Glenbrook. I felt a great weight lifted from my shoulders as I watched him grow into a worthy heir. I dare say I've never been so proud. Permit me the indulgence of offering a toast to my son, my pride and...
What is that?
Anna!
Huh?
Father!
Assassins.
Oh shit. Oh shit! Seaman is attacked by an assassin and chaos ensues. Serenoa, Milo, and the others work together to protect him. Oh shit. Okay, so there's nothing else. Pretty much everybody's ready except for the newbies. Which means it's going to be a hard battle because we're at level. Check the encampment. I have money now. I do not know if I can ever forgive Hyzant for what they've done, but right now I must focus on bringing peace to the realm. Okay. Lionel. Once the war is over, you will be needing coin for reconstruction. That will be Lionel's time to shine. You can leave all the matters of money to him. Lionel's selection is especially grandidite. You say that every damn time. Bye. There goes all my money. Sir Maxwell, I haven't talked to you yet. Lord Serenoa. After my battle with General Avlora, I fell into the river. I was content then, knowing Prince Roland had been saved. But after returning from the brink of death, I realized that I had been given a second chance, and I wished to use that chance to bring a swift end to all this bloodshed. Have we even, told Roland? You know, I just remembered my son's birthday is coming up. I should pay a visit to his grave once things settle down. What will it be today? Okay, so nothing new. Okay, okay. Menu. System. Save. I guess I'll give the battle a try and see how it goes. Because usually when at level, I don't do so well. Even if I'm just one above level, I do a little bit better. Which is kind of strange, but... Aww.
Eyes on me, Father. Steady yourself.
My guard down. But it takes more than that. To fell Simon Wolfort.
Then more you
Kill them all. We shan't have a chance like this again.
I fucking knew it.
Patriot, where are you? Traitorous cur!
Motherfucker. But poor kitty. I've accidentally locked Nigel in the kiddos' room a couple times, but they sneak in, and then it's like, hello. A bewitching and battle-tested dancer. Inflicts a variety of status ailments on her foes, slips gracefully between enemy units. At least I get to fight with Daddy, I guess. But I gotta protect him, too. But that fucking... I know. Alright, so... we've got 3 up here. Oh, a chance to kill Patriot? Fantastic. Because he needs to die. Units. Okay, so Milo and Lionel's recommended. What?
One slime bag deserves another.
Yeah. Well, so is Medina and Hasabara, interestingly enough. Sir Maxwell's 2 levels low, but I don't know. Alright. I want your opinion, love. Who should I get rid of? Should I go with everybody that's recommended, or... because basically I need to take out 2 to put in Medina and Hasabara.
I mean, I always put everybody's recommended just on principle.
Right, but who do I get rid of then? Make room for those 2. Although I don't understand why Lionel's recommended. Maybe to rage and draw attention to him. Because basically the goal is to protect Lord Simon.
Your goal is to kill all the enemy, but the
Right.
conviction is.
Yes, so there's a mage here, archer here, Patriot's an archer, there's an archer, healer, hero, swordsman.
Rogues. Dagger wielders.
Okay. So... I don't
So-
think there's anybody there, yeah.
So I would probably replace Julio and
You got it.
it's not really the best replacement, but I guess I would replace your grandma.
Grandma.
May we return home unharmed.
I just don't understand why... like, I'm still confused by Lionel.
You can collect all the loot at least. And maybe you can charm some people.
Battle system looks like Final Fantasy Tactics. He agrees. I haven't played it, so I wouldn't know. But he's a huge Final Fantasy fan. Like, it's his favorite game series. Reminds Fire Emblem. Alright, how to rearrange everybody. I guess put Eridor up there. So Midnight said mine's Final Fantasy and Dragon Warrior. And then Paramnisa said I'll have to remember to not have him around. Be around whenever I feel like venting why I hate Final Fantasy IV. Which is funny because that's his favorite.
No, it's not.
One of them? Oh.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because it's basically the first love story. You know, there's a lot of good that I would say themes. Plus, I really do like Rydia.
Yeah. So I guess it's not one of his favorites, but there are lots he likes about it. He's a sucker for a love story, so... And Rydia is one of his favorite characters. But he also likes Final Fantasy XIII, and there's some people that have issues with that one.
But again, if you view 13 as the whole trilogy, that's how I like it.
So, John, that's a friend of Midnight's, his favorite game character was Cecil. And his was always 6 with Locke. Which 14 does have, cards of, like, Cecil, at least, for Triple Triad.
Loki's,
Loki, okay. Oh.
So, but Final Fantasy 14 is kind of one thing that makes it fun for me is that it has references to all the other Final Fantasies at different points in the game. So there's actually a dungeon where each section of the dungeon is dedicated to a different Final Fantasy game. So we have one where the whole wing is Final Fantasy 6. So
yeah,
that's kind of fun.
So Paramnisa said the overall story of 4 isn't bad, minus a terribly useless character, but there were a lot of annoying parts that made me hate the game. And Midnight said, oh, and the Helm of Light I have on my new character from 1, I think.
Yep. Well, especially the...
I should have thought about the friend code.
The revamped versions of 1, you know, when they changed the artwork of the original Warrior of Light.
Can he still put in the friend code before he buys it, or after he buys it, or?
If it's a pre-existing service account, I'm not sure. I guess I can try it.
So, he's asking who was the useless character, Kane. So, we'll see. Let me, Midnights, I'm gonna see... where is it? Is it the Lodestone or Mog Station? Mog Station, right? For friend code?
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say about... There's several characters that could be considered somewhat useless. Because, I mean, your in-game party is pretty set, right? So,
yeah.
like Yang, He's not in there a lot. And he ends up getting wrecked, basically. But he's still kind of a fun character. And I can't read chat anymore, so I'm just kind of going up on different characters. I mean, I like Edge. I like Rydia, of course. I like Rosa.
Tella. He laughed a little bit.
So,
Midnights, here's my friend code that you would have to put in on the Mog Station. I don't know if it'll work or if it will allow you to use it, but if it does, you get a headband that is good till like level 25. It gives you extra experience.
So Tella's real point, though, I mean, it's like he ties in significantly into Edward, which Edward's actually the one I hate the most, honestly. But he ties in Edward's storyline. He becomes your bridge to Mystidia and Palinporum. It's plus he, in a way, he also gives credence to Fusia, right? Because they're both essentially Grandmaster magic guys, and the fact that Tella gave his life to cast a spell that Fusia could just spit out like it's nothing. Tells you the difference between a Lunarian and a human right there. So there are plot points for it still.
Hi, Richard. How are you? We've also been having a lot of Final Fantasy XIV discussion, but... Okay.
I mean, ultimately, I find Tella's story, I think the whole point is, as one of the overall themes of the story, that when vengeance is your motivation, you shouldn't succeed, right? So, yeah, this thing doesn't work as, again, part of the plot device, reinforcing that if you're going at things from a negative emotional standpoint, it only ends badly for everyone. So.
Trying to see. I never remember where to redeem the friend codes.
The mob station stuff?
Yeah. I'm looking. I can't remember.
Where do you get the part where your friend code is at?
Generate issue. So I already generated one, posted it. It says after your friend has completed registration, so I don't know.
It looks like they've changed it though, because it used to be your recruitment code was your recruitment code; it just stayed there. Now it looks like it's generated on an individual level. That's an interesting revamp.
Let's see. Okay, log into the Mog Station.
Oh, it's under registration codes.
Okay. So, like mine. Do you see? I don't have the chat pulled up at the moment, so I can't see. But do you see? Registration. Okay. So yeah, he has a founder account, so it might not work. Which we weren't sure if it would, but...
Yeah, see, we don't... Yeah, so like, where you would see the enter item codes, on your screen,
yeah.
You should see the other ones there. We don't see a lot like these, because there's no pre-orders available at the moment. We already have all the expansions. And we can't be recruited, so that's why we only see item code.
Okay. So, like, if there's on your page, if there's registration codes on the Mog Station, it would say enter expansion registration code, enter pre-order bonus code, enter item code, or enter recruitment code.
But things fall off based upon what you're eligible for.
Right, but things do disappear based on what you're eligible for. Paramnesis said one of these days I'll get back to completing 5 and continue through the series. So far I've only beat 4 and 7, played 50% of 5 and 8. I want to play 6 and 9 the most. Which 8 is one of Jason's favorites. I liked what I played of 5, hated 8. Which, and that's the thing, is I think it's 50-50 for people.
Yeah, 8's really polarized. And, yeah.
Midnight said 5 had the job system, which I loved.
I really liked, a lot of people didn't care for 9 too much, but I really enjoyed 9.
Yeah, it's fine, Midnight. And yeah, Richard, I only ever watched. Jason is a friend, but he's also my ex-boyfriend. And so I watched him play 10, 10-2, which 10-2 is another one he's a fan of. What?
The Charlie's Angels of Final Fantasy.
Yeah. But 8. And, yeah, you remember Jason Midnight? I think 8 would have been a lot better if I got to play a Cypher instead of not cool enough to be Emo Boy.
I don't know. I hate what they did with Cypher's character. And makes Cypher just a complete douchebag, a tool by the end. It's just, no.
Oh. Well, Paramnesis is getting back into magic, actually. Darren Zala's digging through his magic cards to possibly send some to Paramnesis, and then he sold a bunch because my former neighbor deals in magic cards, so... But yeah, Richard, I haven't really played a whole lot of Final Fantasy. I've watched people play it, but that's about it. With the exception of 14. So...
There's a couple of the Game Boy ones I haven't played. Like Crystal Chronicles, some of the Crystal Chronicles games. But any of the main console Final Fantasy I played, including Mystic Quest.
Okay.
You go through and you kind of find the merits of each one. So like the merit of 8 for me was because I think you're into the systems of it.
He's saying, are you referring to the non-Final Fantasy? Although, isn't the music one the Game Boy?
Well, so technically Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles was the Game Boy series. It still is considered Final Fantasy umbrella. You know, each game being unrelated, but yeah, that was.
But the
very
music
different.
one you played, right?
Oh yeah, the Curtain Call and things like that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Curtain Calls has Final Fantasy characters.
Oh, yeah, but that one's.
Final Fantasy Legend, actually Saga series, or Final Fantasy Adventure, actually mono.
Yeah, so I have played the Saga series. I have Mana, but I haven't played the Mana series. But yeah, the specific Game Boy ones I was talking about were Crystal Chronicles.
Keep my father alive at all costs. Forward.
You know, I kind of enjoyed the anime, except for, I guess because it generally wasn't received well, they just stopped it mid-go, but it was just starting to get good. It's like, you know, because the main character, or one of the main characters, was basically like Vincent from Seven, which I thought was kind of cool. But he was, it was getting interesting. Yeah, granted, it was the whole, I can put 3 guns together, become Bahamut, and just screw everyone, so what's gonna kill me? Typical over-the-top anime stuff. But at the same time, it's like, actually, to me, the most interesting character in the anime was the one on the enemy side, the guy who had the Masamune. And we're not sure if, I mean, he's the nemesis of the guy who's with the good guys, so to speak. But we don't really know his motivations or anything like that, so he was actually the most interesting character. And they were just starting to bring him more into the story. Oh well.
More like you won't survive this asshole. Oops. Fuck. Missed that conversation.
To me, Final Fantasy VIII was the easiest game to break.
Since I'm early in, I won't. According to you, what?
Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII was the easiest one to break. There was a cheat in Final Fantasy VIII where, because of how the draw and the monster level system worked, in your first seed mission to Dolet, you could basically kill off Zell and Squall, level Cypher up to level 90, and because enemy level is based upon the average of the party level, all the enemies then would hit level 30, which would allow you to draw the highest level draws from those enemies. So at the very beginning of the game, you could do that, and then you would have all of the Aga spells for junctioning. So you get like 99 or 100 of each of them for each of your characters. And at that point, yeah, you're rolling through early game, because after you revive them, because they didn't gain levels, they're still level 6 or 7. So, but they're junctioned with Agas, so they just wreck everything in the game for like for the first half of the game. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I do agree with the a lot of those anime game or game based on anime. we're not good. But I think it's interesting about Final Fantasy though is that they can't do that because every Final Fantasy is completely different. It's doing a series, an anime series for Final Fantasy does not affect any of the games. So it's, it just becomes its own unique story. Yeah, because right now they're actually doing it with Dragon Quest. And to me, that's dragging on like hell. It's like they're trying to turn Dragon Quest into One Piece. It's ridiculous. Like that thing should have been done at the end of season 2. I'm still going. I stopped watching after episode 50. This is too much. Just get it over with.
As you wish.
Yep.
Aye, leave it to me.
Yeah, then eventually they went back and gave a sequel to Final Fantasy IV, but that was after. That was even after 10-2. Yep, I agree. And that's why, I mean, it's okay to say, oh, I love Final Fantasy 7 and I hate Final Fantasy 8 because they are completely separate. They have nothing to do with each other. And sometimes the Final Fantasy series does, it's a good thing overall, I think, but a lot of times they get so bound up in making sure each game's systems are so different from any of the other Final Fantasy game systems that I think sometimes they do hurt their own stories. But it allows them to push forward more in later games. You can see across the evolution of the series overall. So I think Final Fantasy 16 is going to be fantastic. That and Yoshi P's the producer of it.
The Wolforts are a blight upon this land. Your treachery ends here, Patriot!
We must bring this conflict to it.
Come what may, I have to see the Lord. Patriot and his ilk must die. Forward!
Yes, the material system is very interesting. And the Final Fantasy 14 iteration of it is also interesting. I mean, obviously, not nearly as developed or effective, but yeah. But it's like, going back to that material system, it's like in 7, there are still people that are trying to figure out ways of like what material combination you can have while leveling to ultimately end up with being max level at 7,777 HP. How can we do that? There's still people working on it. So, fun stuff.
That's my shield! You'll pay for this!
You're holding Glenbrook
Yes,
back,
very true.
Wolford.
Yeah, and so I appreciate the iteration they did with it, but with basically making it a socketed system for just minor upgrades. And ultimately, material being created by
I shall try my level best.
your usage of the item and based upon your class. So, so if you want tank-centered materia, if you spirit bond items with the tank class, or if it's like fending or tank gear, you'll get a tank-oriented materia out of it. So,
I'll take you on!
I mean, the way the system's been developed is nice. I mean, within the confines of what it can do. And it's a fun little nod.
Okay.
I'm in your debt. I haven't been routed yet.
I didn't realize I would have had to start with healing him.
Well, he was stabbed, to be fair.
Yeah. I know, but I was like...
All right through ya.
Very well.
Final Fantasy VI has one of the best memes of all time when one of the characters suplexes a train.
Oof.
Everyone was upset that you can't do that in 14.
You cannot impede progress.
It's like, it's not that they were actually upset, it's just that they, I guess you're saying it's a mild disappointment. It's like, it would have been cool if it did happen. That was such
INL has many tricks.
Well, that didn't work.
Situation is grim.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, is that well known, right?
I need this.
You'll pay for this. Strike through the arrow.
Can't be.
Ugh. Milo's already dead.
Out. Out. Ow, ow, ow.
Ow, ow, ow. Yeah. Why is it with their act again they get to move?
Because there is a version of it that does allow you to move. So the one that Benedict can do now,
Exactly. Exactly.
so maybe we'll get to see it with the new one, right?
Because, for whatever reason, Hildy wasn't in Shadowbringers. But
Well, so they said the reason was basically because of their production schedule, that there just wasn't time to do something as big as a Hildebrand side
Okay.
stories. So he's going to be an expansion behind now.
but he is coming back.
But yeah, that would so be a Godbert thing.
This should do it.
For the greater good.
So what is that? Ah. Interesting. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. So it's basically like your, well, actually, it's even better than your restore ability with the quietuses.
Let us pry out their weakness.
Oh, I keep forgetting about the quietuses.
Yeah, they make the game a lot easier than it.
Yeah. So, do I bring somebody else in because I lost Milo? Or
res Milo.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering. What do I do?
Well, how good are Milo's abilities? I haven't watched the play.
She's the one who can do poison or steal a TP point. She's the dancer.
Right. Can you switch her out?
I don't know.
Given that she's required for the map, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if they'll allow it or not.
Her. Or should I bother revitalizing her? Let's see. What's the status on the map right now? It's like.
How big of an area does she poison? Just one person at a time, or?
Yeah. But she does do a decent hit with it.
She needs to restore. Sorry, can you hit Y?
Why?
Thank you. That's the turn order for everyone.
Oh.
So you can see who's gonna go next. Where's 2?
Erador. Which they're all ninjas, so.
Flanagan, actually.
Or Flanagan, yes.
Okay, so you have the next 5 turns.
Okay.
Yeah, you have the next 5 turns. Which means Gila is going in that time. So you don't have to worry about it.
Well, Benedict's up now. Okay.
Yeah, but Gila's number 4, right?
Yeah.
So health-wise, you don't really have to worry about the person up front. Or Erador.
Yeah.
Gila will be able to heal Erador. So,
yeah.
May need to worry about your
Azana. I suck at strategy, y'all. And I knew this fight would be tough for me because everybody's at level versus a level above.
Where's Alcibar?
Over here.
19.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, but Benedict still hasn't gone yet. Okay, so what if... Ooh, that's... Thinking about... Yeah, unfortunately he doesn't have enough.
Well, it's like I could move him over somewhere, but...
No, it's not that. It's more of a... I was hoping you could get Gila to go 2 turns.
Well,
Oh, yeah, I guess that could work. Yeah, you could do it that way. So I would revitalize. Yeah. She can be deployed anywhere where you...
Maybe. So these are...
Oh, she has moon jump now. Cool.
So go ahead and revive her?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So I can put her in one of the original spots she spawned in, or to the side. You don't have to. I know you're directing me, but I don't know if it's easier for you to.
Right in the thick of it. Because now Gila can use Sanctuary right there and heal them both.
Okay.
Now you are going to want to use Restore on
Benedict, right?
Or Remover Poison and Healer.
Okay. So that we don't have to worry about Gila moving twice. Okay.
I am gracious.
And we still have in tandem in case of emergency.
Okay.
A brief respite. We'll get him yet. My time has come. On guard.
That is pretty awesome. Honestly, I don't know if the pole would protect his back or not, but...
It will.
Okay.
House Wolf shall persevere. This isn't over.
Shall we begin?
What are you putting your back on people for?
She can't afford to use it.
And this may be used in tandem? Would you be able to...
Yeah, I can still use it. I just do it during Izana's turn.
Behold true power.
No.
Yeah, because those guys get act twice, so they get to move twice. So is it better to kill one of them off completely?
Yeah, it is. I was just thinking if Wynn would kill it or not.
Loot!
I shall do what I can.
Or do you want to use a large pellet?
My
Free.
hero.
Huh?
No, this one's free.
Ouch.
You cannot impede progress.
Honestly, I'd rather keep her safe.
Free of charge.
Better be. I paid for it already, technically.
Yes.
Well, if he gets experience on counters.
You won't beat me.
Well, they're great about giving you experience in this game. Like, with the exception of moving, you get experience for just about everything. Have Lord Siemens back? You still need book.
I'll be your shield.
It only provokes one person.
Defeat is not an option.
Mm-hmm. The healer is right there, although it's in fury mode right now. So even if you hit Patriot, it'll, the healer after fury mode will.
They're gonna have fight the run. That won't matter. He'll still be.
You'll pay for this! Time to strike!
More help.
No, he took the loot.
Brutal.
It is.
A bunch of Annas that I'm fighting up against over there.
Yeah.
That's just not enough.
Yeah, pellet will be better. I've been having to use them. I did save just before the battle, but y'all missed. I missed. What do you mean you missed? I missed. Every fucking time. It's like, coming to my channel, there are certain consistencies. Meeps, I missed, and cat butt. You will always hear the meeps, I missed, and have some cat butt.
Let's play.
And the random sheep scream. Yes. Actually, there's did I put it in here? Yes. I was just looking to see if I had it. Oh. That was the one I was just looking for.
Splendid!
Behold true power.
Does a lightning pellet hit more people, or is it just...
Heavens, heed me.
Make lightning stronger.
Profit comes to the prepared. Iron Hell has many tricks.
Yay!
None of you
Oh,
will
didn't.
survive this. I shall show you how it's done.
Ouch.
That's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Me too. For the honor of House Wolford.
It's like, it's definitely gonna hurt.
Thank you.
Move next to Daddy.
I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, I hate that the ranged only gives a little bit.
You don't have a large range.
Well, he's the primary one we gotta keep alive, but if everybody else is dead, I guess it won't matter, will it?
May help the others too.
I admit defeat.
So
And, you know, maybe it's partly my fault, because I thought I'd end up having them fly up there. Well, they freaking drop down, so...
yeah, because they all have surmount, right?
Yeah.
Because they're all basically Annis.
Well, yeah, wall jump is what theirs is called, but yeah.
Done it now.
Shall we dance?
Hi. Hello, my night butt. That's my fat butt. How's my fat butt?
That must have hurt.
Mwah.
House Wolford shall persevere.
Let us try out their weakness.
This will serve well.
You'll pay for this.
I see right through you.
Our hope still burns.
Have some cat butt.
Now!
Who's this?
Forward.
My Najiba. Kill the healer! What? Set him on fire?
Finish him off.
Just for you. That must have hurt.
Iron Hell has arrived.
You're gonna die.
We all have our weaknesses.
There we go.
Yay! That's essentially what they did to Azana in the beginning.
I'll take you on. I'll be your shield. Me too.
This ain't good.
That's Manaiji. Might need to give yourself a jump. Excuse me. I know, boo boo. I'm sorry. I was just cleaning off some of the extra hair.
Nice, you've done it now.
You'll pay for this. Magnificent.
Ow! Gatsby!
After me? Are you?
Let us pry out their weakness.
Go backstep Patriot. What?
Die already! For the honor of House Wolford.
He's gonna die to poison this time.
Die already!
For my kith and kin.
Stay down.
Ouch.
You cannot impede progress.
It's like, do you cure her or kill him? Of course he does.
I've been waiting for this.
Where's, like Fire Emblem, where you can turn back time?
Alright.
Open. Ha-ha.
At least in 3 houses, anyway.
This ain't good.
Nice.
Where was that 20 turns ago?
I see a path to victory.
Let's go.
Yes.
Lightning his ass.
Not enough points, unfortunately.
Thanks you.
Oh, we're like 2 HP left.
That's bullshit.
If I can kill her.
Yeah. And the pure poison's gone.
I know. To save the day.
Are you fucking kidding
Well, he's
me?
blinded. So.
Oh.
Not so surprised.
Fucking kill his ass.
Is superior.
I pray this was not my.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
damn it!
Hey, Tony.
Now I gotta go look for the video.
Don't look at me like that.
You should have known he would have had some kind of comment being the
Man,
boss.
I don't do the storyline.
Uh,
Don't give me that crap. Learn to play on your own.
This ain't good.
Thou doth protest too much.
now it's upset.
Oh, not a pushover.
Ooh, that's a gold one.
Ooh.
House Wolford shall persevere. I'm a fool. Impressed? I'm a fool.
Ooh.
I see a path to victory.
Have you got enough to help Lionel go next to get that treasure?
Yes. I think that's what it comes down to.
There is always a way.
Cerno would die for it, but
For the future of House Wolford.
at this point, Daddy can kill everything on his own. Right?
Yeah. Sounds like Lionel can still take a shot, sit on the treasure, and. or that too, yeah.
Yeah, everyone.
Free of charge.
Appreciated.
Nice.
And there's
500.
2 bags of spoils.
Nice.
Curses.
Okay, now you can go behind the dude or to the side. Although Lionel might still miss.
Yeah, there's hot diving just to put it to rest.
Now Iron. Fortune smiles on Lionel. Come at me.
Yeah. All of a sudden, Death Strike. What?
Yeah, right?
House Wolford shall persevere. Out of my way. This is good.
Now it's my turn. This might sting you some.
Oh, it's ugly.
Yeah. I knew it would be because we were at level.
Oh, money, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Unprecise spice.
Well, we didn't use our valor tokens and stuff either. We had a few guys we could have leveled and didn't, I think.
Oh, so you can actually see what kudos you obtained.
Yeah, cool.
You gotta hit Y.
Almost done with the game. We just now figured it out.
Yeah, right? Because I was gonna try to look at the spoils. Interesting. I know, Nigel, you were all comfortable on my arm.
Was my sword ever so heavy? Age is a persistent foe.
Be strong, father. I shall get you treatment at once.
Serenoa, please. If I must go, at least it was alongside you on the battlefield.
Enough of this talk. You will yet live.
I've seen scores of soldiers perish, my son. Death comes for us all. Does it not, dear Benedict?
Forgive me, my lord. I could not keep you safe.
I beg you, give the three of us a moment together.
Also, Benedict could stay with us.
Yeah.
As you wish, Eridor.
Aye.
I feel like Eridor is upset to be left out. How the fuck did he get out?
As dangerous as I feared. They must be wiped out for the good of all Glenbrook.
Good.
There is no escape, Patriot.
Good. Kill his ass, Anna.
Tell me why a royalist like you would attack Lord Seymour.
Yes. Why would you threaten to tear asunder a newly restored Glenbrook?
Restored? Restored to what? The duchy killed your king and controls your land, and you've what, exactly? The collected ashes of the royal family? Those who joined the duchy thrived. Those who resisted were ground beneath their heel. The nobles and commoners have never been further apart, though beneath it all, they are bound not by the king's memory, but greed.
Perhaps, but we can unite them behind King Roland.
The weakest link of them all. The prince, who forsook his family, a ruler in nothing but name if the people speak true. The Wolford reputation stains him, and it shall be his undoing.
I doubt that.
So that's your angle.
Enough slander.
You're blind to it, admit it. You rebuffed the Esfrosti army, curried favor with the Saintly Seven, protected Roland, and immediately installed him as king. You think yourselves above the high houses of Glenbrook, nay, above His Majesty himself, who would not want to rid themselves of such a stain.
You suggest King Roland gave the order?
would he possess such rationality? We would not be in this mess if he did. Thus I decided to intervene. For the good of the kingdom.
No, for your own fucking greed.
So we need only kill you. That is a mercy.
Good. Fucking asshole.
Only Benedict and I know what I'm about to tell you. I bid you listen well. Remain calm. I am not your father. At least not by birth.
Oh?
You're an actual heir? What?
You are the blood of our former king, Ragnar.
Yeah. Figured.
What? Did you know that?
No, but as soon as you said you're not my blood, the trope is, oh, you're actually the royal heir. That's exactly what happens in the situation where, oh, you're actually not my father? Then I must be the next king.
Oh my god.
What?
I promised His Majesty I would hide the truth from you. Forgive me.
He doesn't look anything like them. They're all blonde, where he's just dark haired. How does that work? I guess Mom, but...
Destra was indeed your mother. That much was no lie. She was a commoner in the Crown City.
A woman of little means and low station, but possessed of unparalleled intellect and boundless affection. He would often sneak out into the city in disguise. Fate united them on one of those evenings, and they fell in love. Thus, you were brought into the world.
Interesting.
He wished to marry her, but her low station made that unthinkable. In time, the royalists found out and plotted her murder.
So Lord Simon took her as his wife to keep her safe.
And so I was born the heir of House Wolford.
Sadly, your dear mother passed not long after you were born. It was she who named you. It was the one thing she was able to pass down to you. And now I leave you this.
The royal signet.
Dude.
Only one of Glenbrook's royal line may wear it. I was to keep it until the time was right. And so it is now.
I don't understand, though. If Franny was the one who was supposed to inherit the throne...
Yeah, because he's illegitimate.
Right.
Father, you leave me completely unmoored.
So what's the point in giving him the ring?
What am I to do with this unspeakable knowledge?
I leave you with a heavy burden. This I know better than any.
Because you're gonna have to fight Roland.
I hope not.
And after you fight Roland, you're going to have to... Well, that's why the story divides the way it does, right? So, at this point, if you went with Roland, you'd never learn this, so you'd be an okay ally going forward. And now that you know this, it sets you up to fight Roland.
I refreshed because it was blurry. I know because I went here, I will get Avlora, but it's like I don't understand. I'm confused.
Be strong, Serenoa. Forge your own path. Lead the people. Keep watch over him, Benedict.
I will.
No, Father. Stay with me. Please.
All this and still,
Well, of course.
I am proud of you, my son.
Son of a bitch. We better not have to fight.
You're the one who
Roland.
chose to go this route. No. I said stick it with your wife, but no.
Huh?
I said stick with your wife, but no.
Please!
All the blood
So
on the floor.
Patriat meant to eliminate House Wolford to protect the crown.
Yes, he admitted as much himself. I can assure you he acted alone. King Roland was not a party to the plot.
That is fortunate, yes, but the mere fact of it could tear Glenbrook apart were it to be made known. Lord Simon's assassination must be kept secret, my lord.
You would have me say his illness claimed him then.
I thank you for your assistance, Milo. Speak not a word of this to anyone.
Oh, she's gonna go fucking tell Hyzant, probably. Although she was considering swearing fealty to Serenoa. So, who knows? But,
Well, especially if she finds out that he could be a king.
yeah. Well, she was already thinking he could.
Right. Well, yeah, just off reputation.
Yeah.
And now he also has the lineage.
I really hope we don't have to fight Roland.
I shan't. For the good of House Wolford.
Because I would absolutely hate that. They're best friends. I don't want it to happen.
I cannot fathom why he thought us to be enemies. We mean no harm to the royal family.
Misplaced as his fears may be, we must stand ready to defend ourselves, in word and deed, from any who may reach similar conclusions. That includes King Roland himself.
You heard Anna. Roland didn't issue the order. What are you plotting, Benedict?
I seek only to ensure House Wolford's survival. Lord Simon was murdered. Other enemies may well be within our ranks as we speak. They must be stopped at all costs, no matter who they are.
Can I count on your continued guidance, Benedict?
I can't retire now, can I?
Glenbrook's throne is yours for the taking. You have the claim and the might to back it up. Your Lord Father beseeched you to forge your own path and lead the people. Might you not best accomplish that if you were king?
Perhaps.
No.
But I would sooner fall upon my own sword than usurp the throne from my friend. The truth of my lineage does not leave this room. I shall keep it hidden along with this ring.
As you wish, my lord. I trust your judgment.
I come bearing a missive from King Roland. He requests your presence in the Crown City immediately. The Asfrosti survivors are on the move.
They leave me no time to mourn. Lead the way.
Although there might end up being a way that Roland decides to just give it to Serenoa. Where I don't actually have to fight him for it. Which to me would be a better outcome. That was actually kind of perfect.
Roland, Benedict, and Frederica regroup back in the capital. But what they experienced while they were away could very well alter the course of destiny itself.
I guess we'll find out. I was gonna go to bed. Now we're kind of too exciting of a part.
Is there something on your mind, Roland?
Yeah, from bad to worse is really exciting.
Sarah Noah, I do not know what I should do.
Did something happen in the capital?
No, that problem has been dealt with. I've made sure those damned royalists will never cause trouble again.
Was such harsh punishment truly necessary?
What? Holy crap. Someone bought it for $55,000?
No, anywhere from 50 to 65 million is what they're actually selling for.
What?
Where do we get those?
You need to check the market. Hold on. We need to check the market boards of the
Actually, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, those are the things that cost the super hard to get scripts. Yeah. It requires basically 50,000 bicolor gemstones.
Wow. So you can't even get it.
Gemstone vouchers.
Oh, look at the puppers. Oh. She's like, where is it coming from? That is adorable.
Yeah, it's about actually, it's almost a 1-to-1 exchange.
Huh?
Yeah, it's almost a 1-to-1 exchange. So it requires 500 of these vouchers, and the vouchers are averaging close to 100,000 each. So it actually does cost 50 million gil to get them.
Oh wow.
So.
Okay.
Of course it was. When they should have been helping to rebuild the kingdom, they instead profited off the people's hardship. And on top of that, they sought to string me up as their puppet king.
I understand, but...
You know what they told me? They said that is what Glenbrook truly is. That it must be ruled with the royalists' careful mediation between the royal family and their loyal subjects. They said good kings need not think for themselves. They said my father and my brother understood that.
Even if that is true, you have the power to change it.
I tried. That is the entire reason I took the throne. But nothing has changed. No matter how many corrupt aristocrats I've cast out. This kingdom has always been broken. As Frost's invasion just ensured we could never put the pieces back together. I do not have the strength to reconcile a land and people torn apart by hatred and greed. I cannot give Glenbrook what it needs, king though I may be.
So maybe he will give it up. I don't know.
Roland.
Ooh. Apparently I scratched a little too hard. My skin is so damn sensitive. Nice little line right there. Yeah, I forget the flash it on. Okay. I remember people used to freak out because I'd like scratch my chest and they'd see it's all red and they're like, "Oh my god, are you okay?" Basically thinking I got attacked. And it's like, "Yep, I just scratched."
Apologies, my friend. I should not burden you with my woes. You burden me with nothing. But if you are struggling, all is well. Trust me. So long as you are by my side.
So maybe not. Yeah.
Serenoa, I would speak with you before we meet with the others.
Is something the matter? I was led to believe the Rosellan village escaped all but unscathed.
Pray, look at this.
Ooh, that's actually kind of a pretty book. What do you think?
A book?
We recovered it from a band of brigands. It once belonged to the Esfrosti archives.
Oh, okay.
It was authored by one Orlea, my mother. Inside is the truth about the Roselle, nay, about all Norzelia.
The truth? How would your mother have that knowledge?
The Rosellan people have long passed down the secret of the salt. My mother was a chosen keeper of that history. In ancient times, the Roselle lived in the southernmost reaches of Norzelia, in a place called Centralia. It is said Centralia was on the shore of a vast expanse of salt water they called the sea. Back then, the Norzelia we know was at the bottom of that sea, but a cataclysm dried up all the water, and thus this land came to be. The salt crystallized and sank into the earth, the very earth we now walk upon.
Salt beneath our feet.
After the cataclysm, only one small lake of salt remained. War raged on and on as people fought to control it. The Roselle tried to stop the fighting by digging up a giant pillar of salt to show everyone the secret they had long kept.
Hi.
But Hyzant, whose power over Norzelia came from controlling the lake and the salt it produced, could not allow the truth to get out. They captured the Roselle, branded them criminals who tried to seize control of the salt for themselves, and confined them to the lake.
And what of the pillar?
Hyzant stole it and hid it inside the very statue of the goddess that towers over the source.
Maybe that's why she left a mark on it.
How can you be certain?
During the uprising, my mother broke the statue and recovered a fragment of the pillar within.
That's why she had a piece of the
crystal found in the Rosellan village.
It's still in the mines too.
Incredible.
So Aspros knows about it too.
If what you say is true, the teachings are alive. This will shake Hyzant to its very foundations.
And we would be able to free the Roselle from their imprisonment at the source.
It ain't gonna be that easy, sweetheart.
With so much at stake, we must be careful in what we do now. Frederica, I would ask for more time to think this through.
Mm-hmm. See, as much as I hate that Lord Simons did, we'll be able to consult Benedict.
Of course. I have every faith in House Wolford. And in you.
This is some big stuff.
That is the
extent of what happened during our various endeavors. The passing of my Lord Father, the Royalist scandal, and the book that revealed the truth about the Roselle and the Salt. It is time we consider what we shall do to overcome these obstacles facing us.
And the state of your actual birth.
No, we never learned anything about that, remember?
Well, that's why I whispered it. Because it's like, that's kind of in the back of his mind. And Benedict's.
I still cannot believe how quickly Lord Simon's condition worsened.
It is most devastating. Serenoa, did your father say nothing else to you? Before he... He bade me lead House Wolfort well.
Yeah, see? It's in the back of his mind.
And we must all do what we can to help you honor that request.
He told you lead the people, but...
Your Majesty, what do you plan to do about the Royalists who misappropriated supplies?
As far as I've been able to discern, those involved acted out of greed and self-interest.
Of course.
They must all be punished. Nothing less than exile from the kingdom or execution will suffice.
But there are those among them who support the Glenbrook line. Will that not impact your governance?
Perhaps. But to pardon their crimes would kindle the people's ire. We must make an example of them. To appease the people. To make clear the consequences of engaging in such foolhardy behavior.
Did something else happen in the capital, King Roland?
Nothing you need concern yourself with. But I must say, I was shocked to learn of that Rosellan legend. Do you suppose the contents of that book could be true?
The part about their homeland, Centralia, that sits upon a vast saltwater sea? That of the untapped salt crystals beneath Norzelia? Or that, in order to monopolize the salt trade, Hyzant fabricated the Roselle's sins? That the pillar of salt Hyzant stole from the Roselle is hidden within the statue of the goddess? If any of it is true, it would turn everything we know on its head. It would mean the teachings of the Holy State are not but lies.
It does sound unbelievable, but we have already seen part of this legend for ourselves.
The crystal from the Rosellan village?
That crystal is a fragment from the pillar within the statue of the goddess. One my mother obtained during the uprising.
It fits perfectly.
Apparently, Lady Orlea penned the book detailing the legend for Frederica.
She did. She enchanted it so no one could open it, but left me the key to break the spell. This pendant.
Ah.
I doubt a mother would go to such lengths to lie to her daughter. Then we agree the legend contains at least a seed of truth.
Your Majesty, we have received word that the survivors of the Duchy's army are amassing.
What? Where?
At the Grand Norzellian mines. But we cannot be sure what they are doing. None of our scouts have returned.
These frosty dogs.
They're trying to get more of the salt.
We will speak later, Serenoa. First, we must put down whatever the Duchy is planning at the mines. I need you and your people beside me.
Of course. We shall ready ourselves for the battle at once.
Meanwhile, inside the mines.
Extraction is nearly finished. We've secured the amount we were told. Seems such a waste to just leave the rest.
Don't think Archduke Gustadolf gives two shites. Hurry it up. We need to be done here before Glenbrook catches on to us.
Sir.
Ooh, boy.
Roland and House Wolfford succeed in reclaiming Glenbrook, but they cannot rest easy, for new dilemmas threaten to tear the kingdom apart. For one, the secret of Serenoa's birth come to light with Lord Simone's passing. Meanwhile, the newly crowned King Roland struggles to reconcile his ideals with reality after punishing the Royalists. Finally, there's the truth about the Roselle and the untapped salt crystals buried within the earth, revealed in a book to Frederica from her late mother. None of these revelations have an easy solution. As all parties discuss the matters, they receive word that the survivors of the Isfrosti army are gathering at the Grand Norzelian mines. Forced to put all else aside to focus on driving out their foe, Serenoa and his comrades steel themselves for battle.
Sleep, my friend. I don't know if I like that title.
The remnants of the Isfrosti forces are gathering at the Grand Norzelian mines. Or perhaps I should say they are rallying there, preparing to defend it to the last.
Something tells me you're right. Gustadolf may have used Lord Dragan's murder as pretext for invading Glenbrook. Yet I believe his true aim was to seize control, not of our kingdom, but of the mines.
Once Glenbrook fell to them, Esfrost did indeed continue mining operations, with notable zeal. Apparently, they transported huge shipments of what they excavated to the duchy, too.
You mean iron ore?
No.
One would assume as much, but we do not know for certain. They say only a chosen few were allowed to have anything to do with the mining or transport.
Odd, ain't it? Granted, the iron from the Grand Norzelian mines is supposed to be decent stuff.
But the duchy has access to plenty of other iron mines of comparable quality. They've certainly no need to go to such pains to obtain resources from this one.
You reckon there's something special about it?
What my mother wrote of must be true. I've returned from scouting the Grand Norzelian mines. There were no signs of miners or couriers anywhere. The enemy's numbers do not appear that great, but the soldiers were occupied with some task within the mine. I cannot say exactly how many they are.
Thank you, Hewitt. Well done. Well, there you have it. The Isfrosti army is scheming something at the mines. Whatever they are planning, we cannot allow them to continue unchallenged.
Then let us reclaim the Grand Norzelian mines. And in doing so, we shall discover the duchy's aims in due course.
It's the salt. The Saintly Seven gather at the Hierophant's palace without Serenoa.
Glenbrook has withdrawn from the sanctions and reopened trade with us.
King Roland is truly a man of his word.
Furthermore, during the battle for the Crown City, our forces sustained nary a scratch, while the Isfrosti were all but crushed. We could not have asked for a more auspicious outcome.
An outcome that would not have been possible without the Elfric we supplied them. Still, Minister Serenoa and House Wolfford must be given credit for aiding in our victory.
Minister Exham, how strange to hear you lavish such praise upon another.
I am only speaking truth. Leaving Minister Serenoa in Glenbrook's hands is unwise.
I agree. As one of the Saintly Seven, he belongs here with us.
Of course. We shall bring him under our thumb. The Holy One has plans for the young lord. Making
I'm sure
him
he
our
does.
creature has the added benefit of bringing his entire domain under Hyzantian rule.
but I doubt His Majesty will be so willing to part with him.
Oh, indeed. And yet King Roland owes us a great debt, which will be all the greater after we help him rebuild the Crown City. We will so overwhelm him with generosity, he will be unable to refuse us anything.
So, you mean to seize Glenbrook as well, Minister Edor? Somehow I am unsurprised.
I seek nothing more than to spread the goddess's grace and wisdom. To Glenbrook and even Esfrost, until her divine protection shelters Nozelia in its entirety. That is what the goddess desires, and therefore, what the Hierophant desires as well.
So fucking full of shit.
You've never actually seen the Hierophant, right?
Correct. The goddess, my ass. A load of cargo from the Grand Noiselium mines arrives at Twins Gate. It's salt.
Is this all of it?
Yes, my lord. This is all the cargo we were able to carry. Our comrades at the mine should be putting the final touches on everything right about now.
And why is no one telling me what is happening? I don't even know what cargo you are hauling.
We're only following Archduke Gustadolf's orders, my lord.
Yes, I understand that. Stop your sniveling. Perhaps you may have heard the Archduke has summoned me to Ironstone. This may be the last time I serve at this fort. As such, I would like to show my appreciation for everything you've done. Do you have a moment?
The sentiment is appreciated, my lord, but the Archduke insisted we make haste.
And did he also insist you spit in the face of his uncle's generosity?
No, my lord. Of course not. I meant no disrespect. We shan't refuse your gracious offer. Come with me.
Can all that cargo truly be naught but iron ore? I suppose I shall have to find out what it is for myself.
I love how they keep hiding it from you, though. Even though it's fucking obvious. Okay. I think that is where I'm going to end for the night. Yeah. Some extra skin on my lip. Okay. Figure out who I want to raid. Do we raid Meows or do we raid Wagnus? Wagnus is playing First Class Trouble and Meows is playing Dead by Daylight. So, do you want to see Pupper under a blanket or Meows playing Dead by Daylight and with her infectious laugh? I love Meows. Wagnus is awesome too. He always, he you know, if you have someone that you're trying to help get affiliate, or you know, even if someone's streaming in general, he's always willing to give a shout out and give a follow. And on Sundays they play clips from like anywhere. Even if you post a clip during the middle of his normal stream, he'll still sit there and play it. So Wagnus is pretty awesome. But those are the two I'm thinking. Alright. I guess we can go with Wagnus. I haven't rated Meows in a while, but it's like everybody likes to see the puppers. Which Meows has dogs too, but they don't pop up on stream as much. Raid news. I'm not sure if I'll stream this weekend. I might stream Sunday. But since there won't be much else to do. But thank you everyone for hanging out. And I definitely think I had a good stream. So I appreciate it. And have a good night, everyone.